I'm in. Let's go. Mic check. 1, 2. To Legit City on the mic. We're back into the Meteor Mamba, which is the lab map with the Prehistoric Dino DLC. So if you guys didn't know, there is a weird scenario, and we're doing pretty well so far. All right. So looking at this, the meteor's already hit and we have a lot of heat trying to leak out. For the most part, it's already below the temperature that it could melt the insulated tiles. So in our case right now, we're doing pretty good. There's some heat transferring, or at least it's trying to, that we may want to actually try to deal with, but we'll see, right? I don't know if we'll actually try to tackle that. Right now, it's not really that much of a big deal. We had an active volcano here that we dumped the water to soak up the heat, and as of right now, I think we've conquered it. We're at a point right now, though, where I wouldn't mind grabbing the polluted water so that we could remove the mass here. And then we're going to try to do it infinite storage, most likely. Another thing we're going to do is tap the natty gas, which we need to do so that we could actually collect it. And then we have our lumber branches started, but you know, we're waiting for the vines. We got some eggs. Once we get the lums, we're going to put them back into here, right? And we get 2 each. What do we really want to do afterwards? So we did the vacuum wall right here to stop everything from getting cooked, but it's like the heat that's already there is going to keep cooking. This is good now, the top. Since it's not connected and transferring heat, it's able to cool down, especially with the ice fossil inside. Ideally, though, I think I need to do some heat transfer between the iron ore right here and the bottom side igneous, because it's way too hot. We're gonna lose this corner. It feels bad. And then I think we were getting started on a Paku ranch. No, that was my other playthrough. Yeah, so I think what we're doing is we're going to be trying to do plastic. And I think that comes from the amber resin, right? So amber, and then we get resin that we could feed into for plastic, right? So that is going to be these plants. Not bad. And we're basically going to try to feed them. We already got a little bit of amber, right? Yeah, 240, 264, which is not a lot. Because looking at this, it looks like we need about 500 for 300. And then that means we need 1,000 amber. So in time, we'll get it, I guess. We have these two growing. Nothing else, though, right? This one's at 59. I don't know if that's going to work out. So we'll slowly get the plastic. This gold submerged, so it's not going to spawn anything. We really want the plastic. I don't know where we could get any plastic, though, outside of that. So let me pause this real quick. One of the things that we have to assume is, since everything erupted, we have heat sources in a lot of the biomes, and the biomes are a little bit screwed over in that regard. They might be getting cooked, right? And the temperature is really different. So we might want to keep exploring to see what we could conquer. But realistically, I want plastic. Now, we know food's good for now. We're going to be moving a little bit of the pee water, especially the toilet water. And then we have this heat source that's leaking out. It's starting to cook the dinos. That's not good. Maybe we want to try to deal with this somehow. We have stopped grabbing any of the cold brine, so it's going to try to buffer the heat. I'm hoping this doesn't get too hot. If it does, I might want to put like a Weeze wart in there or something. Hey, I see Miss Chemical Stairs. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. The water there is good for the lums. Man, it's really just amber then. So we're gonna probably want to try to ranch this. They could eat anything flying. We'll probably try to do something like mimicas, so that we don't have to worry about my, dupes getting bit. These guys, though, I think are a little bit less of an issue. I just think we need to do some specific stuffs to have a good setup for it. And it kind of revolves around having a cold biome tapped into. Maybe we tap into here. It wouldn't be bad. A lot of bad gases, though. But maybe that's what we do. All right, so let's do that. We know that we have some of the gas reses to remove breathability problems, which would be CO2, but then now it's pretty good now. So we don't have that pumping anymore. We do have some bad gases here. We do have this weird hot spot up top. So I think realistically... Alright, there's some heat spots here. Let's do that. And then... I probably want to put it here, to be honest. Might seem a little weird, but I kind of want to do that. They'll be able to dig through the bottom, still be able to get up top. We're going to put a infinite gas box here and try to put the cold chlorine. That's kind of bad. Start separating some of the gases. While that's good, we're moving the pea water. We know this is submerged now and not going to spawn anything. Hey, Nth Carpet, I see you over there. How does someone learn this? This game's huge, steep learning curve. Honestly, I would suggest just playing. It's better that you look at the game as something that has a lot of depth to it, and you're never going to be able to fully embrace the entire iceberg, right, so to speak. So I would recommend just take your time, take it easy, don't rush anything. Realistically, man, like, it's so much information that you can't learn it all at once. So the best way for you to learn it is to take a little bit at a time. This game, at its fundamental core, is a colony management game, kind of like RimWorld. So a lot of times you want to do your normal stuff that you stabilize with, right? You get your food. In our case, you want to generate oxygen so they can breathe, and then you want to make sure they're in a good environment. Am I not an Oni? Oh, hey, why don't I see you at the Oni Twitch channel? Twitch takes like 10-15 minutes to update the category, Lancer. So I start off stream playing in a different category because we do crosswords. And then I switch, right? So even though I'm in the Oni category now, I don't show up in the Oni playlists category. I don't know what you want to call that. But it's only because it's lagging, right? So like in 10-15 minutes, I'll show up there. But yeah, initially, you're just going to want to play the game, survive, do your normal colony management stuff. And then eventually, you'll have to learn some of the things you need to survive, whether it's like heat management, resource management with the geysers, right? And when you get to that point, you are forced to learn, and that's where you kind of have to make like a good college attempt, you do as best as you can. Right? And then you try to get the goal, and you have to learn a little bit at a time. But that might seem daunting to some people. That's a blessing. And it's not because it's good to be overwhelmed. It's more so that you'll always have something to do and learn, right? And that's a lot of times really nice when you have something to do and learn anytime you pick up and play the game. That depth is why people want to keep playing it, right? Just play, yeah, don't get attached to your first colony, be ready to restart. Yep, that's the best way to look at it. All right, another thing we wanted, I think, was phyto oil. Right? And that's, oh no, that's bad. I wanted biodiesel, which is Vital oil plus bleach stone. Okay. So we want to do sea comb to vital oil. Yes. And then we want to do amber to resin. Yes. Hey, shout out to some chemical stairs, man. Plug in the videos. Guys, check out the YouTube videos, man. Don't forget to like, subscribe. Y'all know what it is. All right. Sadly, we're going to have to bop the sweat corn there. We're going to do a lot of the trimming here that we can. And then we're going to put a box here for bad gases. We're going to put an infinite gas tank. Tech-wise, is there anything I want? We got the smoker, so food's going to be really nice now. I probably want to grab conductive wiring. What cycle do you start lagging? I start lagging mid-game. I don't lag until... So there's a lot of things you can do in lag. I try to avoid lag. So for the most part, I know what to do to avoid it. So keeping a critter count to a minimum if you can. Don't discover other planets. But for the most part, I want to say I don't really lag that bad until like around cycle 500-ish. And that's, I usually don't hit that much because I usually like finish everything I want to do before that. So I don't really lag too much unless I'm doing like a max dupe run or something like that. Try to get as many dupes as you can. Start with 100 dupes. Once you start doing runs like that, that's kind of ridiculous. You're just going to lag in general. But yeah, there's a lot of minor things you could do. I haven't used the mod called Fast Track, but I've heard it's been pretty good. But for the most part, it really depends on your setup. Now, this game is base 2, and it's on the Godot engine. Not Godot, Unix engine. Unity engine, Unix. So one thing about it is that you don't really utilize your CPU cores that well. So a lot of times having a strong PC doesn't help you. Like, it doesn't do anything. So yeah, it's unfortunate. Let's see how this goes. Anyone for my dupe? Put them in blue clothes. Okay, we got you. Top down. That's Camille. Welcome in. Hens carpet. All right, all blue, everything. Dude, we don't have like a navy blue. That sucks. All right, we're gonna have to go with this one. How's the latest update? What's going on, Mezzo? We're experiencing it so far. For now, I want to say the new mechanic is interesting because they kind of force it upon you. You know what I'm saying? All right, we're in. So the new update, you have this meteor coming from the skies, from the tear. So it's flying at you. We're doing something different. So the meteor already hit, but you have time to shoot it down. They give you a new blast shot that you could make. And then if you shoot enough of these, you could destroy the meteor before it hits the planet. So you know how the dinosaurs used to rule the earth, but then a meteor came and wiped them out? Yeah, man, that's basically what we're doing, except that we're here too, right? The dupes. So since they're here, they're able to like make something. And that's basically the added element to the game. That's kind of interesting. I will say that it's not bad. Ooh, pea dirt here. That's really garbage. All right, we're gonna have to fix that really fast. Let's get a couple things here. It adds more for your map to exhume. So it's more so that if you I guess it's more so something that it does with the pace of the game. Usually when you play this game, you have like an early game, mid game, late game that you transition through. This meteor thing gives you something to do in the early game that you could transition to in the mid game if you get through the early game fast enough. And the thing is that it's an interesting choice. If you destroy the meteor, you get different results than if you were to let it land. Now, it looks like if you were to let the meteor land, you get access to a rare metal that you would otherwise not have access to, called iridium. No, it's not a stopgap. It's like an interesting event. It's more so like, have you played RimWorld? It's kind of like a unique RimWorld event that whether or not you choose to do it or not do it, it's going to have an impact. And it's kind of interesting. It's kind of like getting an infestation with the insects, but it's so far, but it's like if you defend yourself well against it, you could just harvest a jelly, right? Or you could fight the insects and then, you know, I don't know what you do with that. Right? But it's basically different because normally what they give you is an objective. You have to do it, triggers a cutscene. This is the first time they gave us something that whether or not we allow it to happen or we don't allow it to happen, you get resulting impacts. So the first one is you get more geysers, you get some rare resource. However, the problem is that it's hot. It comes in at 1,000 degrees. That's enough to like wreck a lot of the biomes. So the heat from the meteor is leaching out to the surrounding environment and it's cooking everything. So you have to be able to protect yourself. The second thing is if you destroy it on the star map, you get a point of interest, which is basically a question mark zone like this. And it becomes a floating debris area that you could send your rockets out to harvest. Now, the thing is that's interesting is that you get different resources depending on what you allow happen. If you shoot it down, you get resources here, or depending how close you shoot it, right? Like if you allow it to go up to here and you shoot it, it might spawn right there. But you get different resources depending on what you use. In both cases, they are space resources from the end game. So you could get these normally if you get to the end game, you know, fully fleshed out stable base. You have everything controlled, heat, oxygen generation, food is fine, stress is low, no diseases. And then you're able to explore space. At that point, you'll be able to start getting these resources if you want. The meteor allows you to get it somewhat in the early game. So it's kind of interesting as it kind of throws away the pacing of the game so that more advanced players could take advantage of it, right? So it's kind of interesting in that sense because if you're, you know, you could exploit some of the things. It's kind of, you know, kind of like a progression boost. But yeah, the new DLC is interesting. But since I've only gotten started playing it pretty recently, it's one of those things where I don't really have an opinion yet, because I haven't seen the entire scope of the DLC yet. But yeah, we're exploring it, going through it so far, and we'll see. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to let it cook because it's pretty hot. So we got to stop it from cooking. Otherwise, though, yeah, we got a lot of trapped heat. I got to deal with this, actually, somehow, some way. But I don't know how I want to deal with this because it's getting hot, I feel like, especially down here. This is starting to boil. That's already steam. Oh, man. This is not looking good, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how I want to deal with this because I think this heat wins out. Some of the water's freezing here, and that's fair. What's going on, Polak? Welcome in. Yeah, guys, if you guys are just tuned in, feel free to ask questions. I'll be happy to help. We are on the lab map. The meteor's already hit, cycle 59. We have an achievement to have everyone alive, no one's allowed to die, for 100 cycles. And if we do that, I want to say we do well. All right, rot piles need to be moved out. And then we're gonna have to put bins for pea dirt. I'm gonna temporarily just move the polluted stuff out so that it doesn't rot the food. We need to stop that from happening. All right, so this is polluted dirt. Bump this up to a 7. We'll do these two. So they're gonna move it out anytime they can. And then that's gonna keep the food from rotting because there's no more pollutant exposure. That's kind of nice. We're gonna be working on that. They're gonna be moving the pea water into the res. We need to lower this. Looking good. So we did the resin. Now we have phyto oil. So we need the biodiesel, and that's at the emulsifier. All right, so we need Radbolt tech, right? I believe. So we would probably want to do that in here, but it doesn't really make sense because it's way too hot. I guess we could do it here just for the sake of doing it. We're gonna do a... Oh, I don't even have the tech. All right, we'll have to grab that now then. We're gonna have to grab Radbolt tech so that we can get glass. And then once we make glass, we're gonna be able to make the emulsifier. And then the emulsifier is going to be what we need to make biodiesel, and then we could store the natural gas that's here. Yeah. Making a cooling loop for the hot area? Not yet. I'm trying to get a lot of, like, intermediate resources. So I want to get biodiesel so that we can get the natty gas stored, right? Because biodiesel doesn't state change until, I think, 175. 180. So that means the natty gas can't boil it. And that means it could be a good liquid lock and an infinite pressure lock. Liquid that we desperately need. We don't have oil, right? On the map yet. So I don't have a way of storing the natty gas, and I kind of want to store this. Second thing is I want to get plastic so that we can make a cooling loop. Problem is yeah, we don't have any real means of getting plastic. We just have amber. So we're going to probably try to make a lure plant farm just so that we could try to get a little bit of plastic. So these guys are 10 to 55 upside down. They don't require anything. That's actually kind of nice. I don't know if we have shine bugs. That's the problem. I don't think we have shine bugs. I'm thinking we could put the lure plant here. Right? It could dangle down and then eat the mimicas. Because they eat one plant in the entire life cycle, right? That's how that works? Yeah, 12 divided by 1 is about 8. That's 96.25. Round it down. The problem with Mimica is it costs dirt. It causes dirt, man. I guess we have a lot of dirt. I shouldn't be worried. We're on the large map. Alright, so we're going to have some upside down plants for the lure plants. We'll get that started. They'll be able to eat the mimicas. Everything's going to be great. We're going to try to get Radbolt research started after we tech it up. We have access to water. We do. This area is warm, but I think we're fine. Hey, Zandrov coming in with a prime. Thank you so much for the prime and using it on me. Enjoy the emoji 20 does ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sound badge, but appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there, Zandrov. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the 30 months, man. Hope you are doing well, Zandrov. Zandrov, are you back from that big concert? Or is that 4th of July weekend? I know you came back from one, but I think you said there was another one, right? All right, just getting my coffees. As of right now, no one's idle, and it usually pop up here. If you guys don't get that, go to see all. Idleness, make sure there's an exclamation point. That way, when someone's idle, it pops up. For now, there was a heat leak here, but we dealt with it. There's a little bit of a cold energy leak here, and that's a good thing. That helps us keep the base cold, and we kind of want that with the heat source right there. Another thing we do want to do is deal with the hot resources on the ground that's heating up the environment down here to 50 degrees. We're going to need to get cooling somehow. We also want to explore. We also want to keep doing the things. And it looks like the heat here is getting pretty bad. Good news, bad news. This guy is gonna move him out. And then this guy, we're gonna move him in. All right, and we're gonna get his feathers so we get more suits. That's gonna be why we want to do that. Funny thing with this is that since this is hot now, we need the water on the floor. Otherwise, my dupes get burned. It's actually interesting how that works out, man. Because otherwise, the heat's hot enough that they would get the damage. But then once we get to here, it cools down by a lot. Shout out to chlorine, heating up but not transferring heat that well. Alright, so now we can do the shearing station for more feathers, and we get more suits that way. This is weird, man. Just coming out like that. I think we are losing. I just have no way of stopping the heat. A lot of this is just really hot. Alright, so we're going to be teching up the research. Do we have Weeze wards? We have one Weeze ward. Alright, we're going to have to probably try to grab this one. It's fair. It's fair. We could jump up this way. We could do that. Jump up, jump down. We're going to want to try to grab this. So that's going to be 3, 3, 2. We want the Weeze wart. That one's actually not in the ice biome, so, you know, we're going to want to grab that. Given how the spacing works, I probably want to do it here. So we're going to be doing the Weeze wart setup. Once we get the Raz bolt, we're going to put it here. And then we're going to get that. Now, the thing with this is we're going to need dedicated power. So I really should use the natty gas. I really should. I don't think we will yet, though. We're not going to take a new dupe yet. If anything, I would want someone with mechatronics. So we're just going to take the snazzier suit. And then, man, it would be really nice to have natty gas be used, but I think we're just gonna have to use peat. We're also going to trim this so that when we build tiles here, the items don't pop on top of it. We want it to fall through so we don't have to sweep it later. Meal hall is working out. Can't be mad. Getting our brushing done. Okay, this got done. They're probably moving a lot of the pea dirt right now, which is fair. This better not erupt. There should be enough water here on each layer that it should never erupt. It keeps doing that motion though. It's making me worried. Hopefully it's fine. Alright, so these are going to be Lura plants. We don't have any Lura seeds. Oh, don't tell me, dude, that because the Pakus eat the seed. No, right? No, we just don't have any Lura seeds in general. Wow. That's tough, man. You could do cooling glue with some Weeze wards? Maybe. There is some chance of us doing that. We don't even have SPOM yet, though, because we would want hydrogen to do that. We would want hydrogen to do that if we could. But yeah, no cooling glue with Weeze wards. At least not yet. We don't have any lure seeds. That's tough. So I can't even speed up the growth if I wanted to. I guess we could harvest this so that it's not 48 cycles. We're gonna have to get bit by mosquito boys. Feels bad. We will have to get bit by a mosquito. I mean, it's to speed up the plastic, right? We kind of need to do this. All right, so grab the Weeze wart. We would put it there soon. We're going to be doing this, and we're going to be getting a smart battery peat setup. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. We'll have this here, I guess. And then we have this coming through. Our peat. These are 480. Let's do 2. And we're going to use a single thin wire for this. Okay, so this is spawning cold water, right? But then it's like, we need to make an infinite pressure tank for this. We also want to move out the water from here. But at the same time, we understand that the worst thing we could do is not letting this produce. We need the cold water, because it's technically cooling down the map every time it produces it, and we kind of need that, so. As long as we're doing that, we're fine. Getting the infinite pressure tank with this would be ideal, though. We'll try to do that soon. So we have to delay the... There we go. We have to delay the SPOM, which kind of sucks. I think we have a lot of algae still, though, so we should be fine. I mean, technically, I should try to build the SPOM somewhat soon. I guess we could get it, like, right here. Okay. And start digging. That's kind of what we need to do right now. We need to just start digging. All right, research, let him go. Why delay SPOM? We could make it. It's just, it doesn't feel like it's that important right now. Because it's, if I don't do the lure plant, I feel like we delay plastic a lot more. Because we need this for, Mimica consume, nice. So we need this for the amber, and then we process that into resin. And once we get 500 resin, we could get 1 steam turbine worth of plastic. And then we could start cooling down the map. And I feel like this is going to be a problem. So I need to somehow get cooling in. Now, after we do that, I want to get biodiesel. Oh no, bro. These are not supposed to be turning on. No, bro. No. No. It's just dumping pea water into here. Guys, stop this from working. God damn it, dude. What are we doing? There we go. Disabled. Oh my god. Finally. Alright, man, mop it up, boys. So this pea water spills into here. I guess that's not a bad thing. Let's try to put a airflow on this. We'll cap this so it has a spill to the left. We'll put the ladder on there so it spills into this pool, which is fine. This is a little hot, which kind of sucks. All right, still doing the research. Oh, I don't have enough refined metal for this. All right, we're gonna rock crush. Let's do another 10. That gives us 500, right? We could chill out. Do we have phosphorite? Yeah, we do. No, we don't. No way, dude. No way. My phosphorite's in here. Oh, that means I really have to do this area then. All right, so this is probably what we're going to do for a stopgap. We're going to get ice from here. Ideally, I think we want to just have it melt into the water. And then we want to move that into here as a cooling agent. Is likely what I think we need to do. Now, this might seem jank, but I think this makes sense. Yeah, we're going to do SPOM after that. So let's get this done. We're going to assume this is not going to matter in temperature. And then this is 4x4. We'll do it like that. Bottle emptier. And then we're going to do this as an infinite gas box. We're going to be dumping all the chlorine in there if we can. And then we'll also dump other stuff inside, like CO2, if I have to. Just make it infinite pressure, right? This doesn't really matter what it is. It'll probably take a little bit of brine to do that. And then it's going to be in the ambient temperature, so it should be okay. Oh my god. Alright, plug it in. 95, 55. Come on, turn off. Turn off. There we go. Stop leaking the pea waters, man. The heck is this? This is a mechanical filter we use for an intermediate way of generating oxygen for the suits. We're not really using the suits too much anymore, so I think we'll be fine. But yeah, this is going to be where we want to put the brine in so that we could try to cool down this mass. But yeah, a lot of things we got to do before we could do the SPOM right now. They don't think be like it is, but it do. And then after we do that, we're going to break into here. Probably from the top. That probably makes the most sense so that we don't have to worry about chlorine coming out. All the heat's from the volcano? Yeah. So the volcano right here, the heat is trapped in the center. Because there is a drop lock, so we have a big mass of steam. It also doesn't help that the liquid is soaking up the debris from the magma. And that's transferring heat to the steam at like a more reactive rate than if it were there not in the water. So even though we sealed the volcano right here with the dirt tiles, the debris right here, it's like 300 degrees, right? They actually spawned around 1,000. So it's cooled down a lot. It's just, it's tough times right now. Everyone's getting cooked. So once we get uproot, we want to get that, and then we want to try to get the copy paste right here. That way we get the second lure plant. We should have enough amicas that this is not a problem. Research is done. Let's grab telescope. That means we get this started. Theory study terminal. We get the radiation here. Here. Shoots down. Power. Okay. Automation. We're gonna do a weird setup. There we go. That should work. Wouldn't it be better to open up the air for more dissipate? Phosphorus will turn solid, then should transfer less. That would only be okay if it wasn't that hot. Otherwise, you're opening up a trap. So it's kind of like, have you ever tried to do a metal volcano tamer and then have it explode outside of the metal volcano tamer? Like, what I mean is that you fill the room up with steam, 35 kgs per tile, it gets up to like 200 degrees. And then you ever remove the wall and let the steam come out? And then you're like, oh man, my base is cooked. That's exactly what would happen in this case. Just because, look at that. 38 kilograms per tile. This is basically a metal volcano tamer in terms of how much steam you have per tile and the temperature. So you could do that. I just think that's a bad idea in general. All right, we're gonna dig this. We're gonna put the bottle emptier there, and then we're gonna try to do the brine water. Yeah, man. It's a bad idea just in general. All right, is that end of day? It is end of day. Okay. I was wondering why they gave up like that. So we could climb in through this way. We'll do it like that. This is going to be brine water. Auto bottle 7. We'll want to move everything out if we can. And then we're going to come in from the top, right? So I guess we could do that and hope that, you know, the dupes don't get stuck. Or maybe we'll do it like that just to build it out. Xandrov, joining the dupe colony. Who would you like to take? We have Pei, Nikola, Maya, Nails, and Higby. Gonna be taking Nikola. I see you over there, Xandrov. Alright, man. My man, Nikola. I feel like he would be wearing this sweater. We're gonna give him the steel gloves. Oh my god, I had to sneeze. I think I startled Mamba. He just shook and woke up. Alright, gave you some shorts. And then the long socks. Classic. Classic, classic. If you guys don't know Xandrov, man, this guy's notorious for wearing knee-high socks. With sandals. Not gonna lie. We don't have jorts, man. I mean, if you're willing to take the other stuff. We don't have jean shorts. These are underwears, man. These are the best shorts we have. Khaki shorts. We got full-on jeans, though, or we give you the overalls. Got a nerd left of me? No, man. There could never only be one. Wait, where is he pulling that brine from? This is disabled. Wait, where's my brine? Where's he grabbing that from? Oh, we have a canister right here. That's fair. That's fair. All right, so we know that we need a bottle emptier in there. Let's get the tile there. We are gonna move in through this one. I think we're just gonna do something weird. I think it's gonna make sense though. All right, so plastic's on its way. We have a decent amount of vital oil. We just need to... Okay, so this is almost ready. Oh, this is not supposed to be on. And then we're going to cut the power. That's burning my power. Weeze wart. Get that in. Now, we could put this in. It's not going to matter. And the reason is because we don't have any phosphorus yet. Phosphorite. In order to fertilize the Weeze wart. We're going to have to break into here to do that. That's so funny. We're going to have to build this. We want to grab the shale ladder. Then we're going to make this kind of airflowy. The idea is we're going to go up and go down. So we have a thin wall right here so that the chlorine is harder to leave. Right? And then the oxygen's going to float up. And then if we get bleached, then we'll probably just move it in, move it out. I'm not sure. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Way too much. What is this gas setup? My water can't spread. That's so jank because of the gas setup. If I could spread it out one more tile, it would be not bad. I think we'd be able to do it. New printables. Oh, it's a little limit. Yeah, we'll take this guy. Wrangle, relocate. We'll move him to here. Nice, nice. How many kgs for infinite pressure? Since this is tier 1 gas vent, you want a lot less. So you want under 2,000 right here, overpressure amount. Mamba's in the way. So when you go into the vent building right here, you have an overpressure amount. That's always going to dictate, because if you use the high pressure vent, it goes up to 20 kgs, and it's a lot easier to do. All right, so in our case, 999. That's a lot. Okay, so we're going to pause. We're going to hit the corner. And then we're going to make this high priority and watch someone do it. All right. So we're going to want to do the mop in the corner. All right, 1x speed. And then we are at 14. So this is 8 at most. And then we have 5, 6, 11. That's 3, 3, 7. It's close. 7, 6. We do another second. Yeah, we should be good now. And then we let it spread. And it's just the last tile of CO2 needs to be moved out. That's so rude. CO2 tile is bopping us. Oh, man. Alright, we're gonna have to build a tile there in order to delete the CO2 gas. A little unfortunate. We want to move that in. We're gonna have to build a tile. Oh! Self-fix. Self-fix. Alright, pressure is good now. All we gotta do now is get a gas line in that will pull through from here. Let's get 2 tiles and then 3 tiles. It's looking pretty good. This is kind of ready. It's just the fact that we don't have a real way of dealing with the lack of phosphorite until we get into here. So that's delayed, which means we can't get biodiesel because we don't have glass yet. And then to get glass, we need to get the Rad Bull tech. So that's going to be what's stopping us now. Plastic for the cooling is later. And then once we're done with that, they're moving out the pea water still. And then we're gonna have to infinite tank this. Okay, so copy, paste, speed this up. P water spilling out that way, that's fair. I guess we could try to keep that going. Could we try to do the infinite pressure on this now? I mean, we could try. I just feel like there's too much water for us right now. Yeah, this is just going to be for bad gases. It's going to be the logic there. All right, we're going to put tiles here for the run speed bonus. If you guys don't know, regular tiles have a run speed bonus, which is a lot of times what you want. Right, got to move fast. Can't stop, won't stop. Okay, so now we just gotta let the dupes sleep, do their thing. Gotta pour me some coffee. Dude, I haven't even found the teleporter yet. Let alone a single gravitas building. I feel like if I find the teleporter, it's either already sour gas or, you know, it's free oil. I don't actually know, though. We haven't found the teleporter building yet. I don't know if we even have access to the second planet. Yeah, the gravitas building up top got destroyed. But yeah, I'm hoping we still got the teleporter. Realistically, I haven't found a single ruin, though. Like, there's no plastic table, you know, there's no vending machine, there's no lockers. Why are the geysers showing? So when you get hit by a meteor, which is coming from the tear, when the meteor hits, every single geyser starts off covered. But when the meteor hits, there is a forced eruption on every geyser that exists on the planet, and that's actually what the lab design is about. They gave you 24 geysers. If I go into here, they gave you 24 geysers. Huge list. And when the meteor hits, because it will, every geyser blows up the cover that's on it and starts spawning resources. No, this is the lab challenge. So we're playing on the lab map, right? Relica, right? And that's the unique challenge they presented with the new lab map on the DLC. So yeah, it's a new mechanic. It's a new lab map. So it's different from the 90 degree tilt. And when everything explodes, everything is active. So they have an active period, right? Everything begins their active period. And for the most part, your goal is to not die. In our case, you got to stop the heat, right? Insulated line when you need to fight against the volcanoes any way you can. Stop the biomes from getting destroyed by, you know, the volcanoes right here erupting. So that's the challenge. It's kind of unique. It's interesting. But yeah, we got to basically try to find a way to deal with this. Let's dig through. We're going to let the little dartle babies out. And then we're going to be laddering down. We're going to finally get some phosphorite. That's going to be able to get that started. These guys are idle. Does that mean all the pea dirt's already swept out? That's actually pog if that's nice. It's doable. I think it's a fun little challenge. I don't think it's going to be too bad of a challenge, to be honest. It seems like it's going to be pretty cool. We're going to want to dig through, go in this way. I'm probably going to want to do a separate thing right here, right? Yeah, should be fine. All right, still active. We're still moving the pea water. It barely feels like we made a dent. It feels like the water isn't going down at all there. All right, so this is ready now. We are going to want to go through the biome. We're going to be wanting the phosphorite so we could start the Weeze wart for the radiation. I need to give someone science skill for that. That's going to be Geek. He's in. And then the little dardos coming out should be fine. Radiation. We got an achievement. These are done, right? Yeah, it's pointing at the right setup. All right, they should be working on that when they have the free time. Not really too much I should have to worry about. Power here should be good. Separate wheel for the pump for the bad gas, but we don't have too much bad gas. This is filling up. I might want to get some more reses then. All right. Liquid pipe cancel. We're going to want to try to go through to the bottom if we can. That way, one pump at the bottom could pump up all the chlorine. The only thing is, we have a lot of bleach stone right here. I might want to keep... Just because we can. It probably makes sense to keep the bleach stone in here, even if it's temporary. Looks like there is a... Wait. Where is this? Oh, is this just another cold biome? Okay, that's nice. I was wondering how this was going across like that, but it seems okay. We get a lure plant here. The big thing is going to be just getting a new seed so that we could just plant a new, you know, lure plant. That's always nice. Pretty good, pretty good. This is self-entombed. Okay, nice. This one is as well. So we're not really too worried about food, I don't think. Everything seems pretty good. The calories are balanced. Well, this is not 11, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this is 800 every 3. That's what, 4? 4 times 10. Okay, so we do need a little bit more food to not be negative. That might mean then we just have to start cooking. Okay. Let's look at the smoker real fast. Can we smoke some of the food that we have? We can. Dude, that's a lot of calories. I'm not gonna lie. It's a full day, though. Okay. Full day of smoker stuff. Damn, it's huge. And there's no power? Okay, I guess it's fair. We could start cooking some of the food so that we could make up for the calories. All right. Dupe should have what they need to do. Everyone's working, right? We won't need the gold yet, though that might be how we make bleach stone later on. We're not going to tap this cool chlorine yet. We're just going to let this leak out, let it keep everything cold. And then this is warm, this is hot, this is cool, and it's all touching. It's really weird. Just grabbing some bee waters. Okay, so we are in... Oh, we don't have anyone that's a cook. Nth carpet. Chef. Nth carpet. He's in. Veggie poppers. Let's do 10 of these. We won't do this all the time. We'll do it whenever we want to. I feel like that's gonna be best. Hey, Pondy, coming in with the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for using your prime, using it on me. Welcome to the city. Hope you enjoy your stay. Enjoy the emotional ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. But thank you so much for using the prime. Not true to life. You don't have a grill, dude? It feels bad. Oh, you need gas output? Oh, this gives you CO2. This should be fine. Alright, we're just gonna dump the CO2 into here. It works. We have a lot of space. It should be fine. Alright, so this is brine. Cold brine is nice. And then what we're gonna do is do bleach stone. Bump this up to a 7. And then we're gonna want to do the phosphorite here. We do have the ladder, so everything is in range. We're gonna want to start trimming these little floating islands. I'll keep the ice there and let it melt naturally. Oh yeah, with the meat. Are we allowed to eat that? They is. Okay. No nutrient bars, no snack this. I can't believe I let you guys eat those still. And then I guess we do the smoked tough meat once these guys pass. Yo, man, we need some brine. Oh, no, they're just delivering the bleach down. We're gonna need some brine. Alright, the one thing we may want is the oxygen diffuser here. Logic, it's simple. We kind of want it to be pressurized in this weird tunnel, but we don't want the chlorine coming out, so we got to add oxygen. This is good. We're gonna start glass forge. This is good now, so we could actually plug this in. And then the automation is red to green, not because that's green, but because the automation was set up. We're gonna change this to 51 so that we get 50 instead of 49. Pro tip, it's going to be every 10 points of research, but you lose 0.01 every tile you travel. So this is about 5 tiles. So because of that, we're going to be at like 49.5. It's going to show up as 50, but you're not going to be able to actually get the last point. So because of that, we're going to do 51. That way we don't get jebaited. All right, we're still waiting on this. How come we're not getting any deliveries? Oh, there's just no brine ice. Or brine water in general, maybe. Grounding error, man. Classic. You're just grabbing the bleach stone, moving it out. They're working hard. Eating the meat. Can't be mad. Once we get down here, we're going to start mopping up the brine, maybe. We got to use it. We got to use it. All right, this looks okay. It looks like there is no leak on the heat from the magma right here, so that's good. It looks like there's a cold leak, which is actually something I really like. Having the cold energy leak through is nice. Okay. Let's get that in. Use it or lose it, man. Only way to do it. Let's bop these. They're a little bit too close to where I want it to be. Let's try to dig this out. Same thing with the bleach stone here. We are going to keep... Why do I feel like they're gonna dig that and then jump up and then get stuck? I gotta watch them, dude. I don't trust these guys. Okay, breathing. Okay, that's all fair. She's gonna get stuck, dude. Move, move, move. Hey, let's go. Breathing. We good, we good. Another wart seed. We take those. Take the vitamin. That's the abductor. I actually took them at the beginning of stream. I'm good. Appreciate the reminder though, man. I see you over there. I actually think we build a pitcher pump, even if it's temporary. And then I probably want the pump here. That way we could start pumping out the chlorine. Have it with oxygen, so it's not that bad. Looks like the pea water movement, it's okay. We're adding from here now. Power's on. Yeah, we're doing the research. Oh, that's illegal. No going through this. You're gonna get shot. Oh, you have to empty out the veggie poppers. Oh, that doesn't... What? Yo, man, you gotta do the cook. Come on, F carpet. We gotta get cooking. Come on, Jesse. It's time to cook. That's not how you do it, dude. You need a clean lab. You gotta get the plastic like I said, or it's gonna break the tub. My man is food poisoning. He's trying hard, man. He can't open up the grill. It's gotta be such a weird thing. Yo, man, food's done. I just can't open the grill. What a travesty, dude. It's gonna be well done. It feels bad. I actually want a critter trap here, too. If I can. That feels a bit truer to life. People of chat, man, just because I'm American and 4th of July is coming up, how do you guys feel about hot dogs? I feel like when it comes to hot dogs, like, because of that thing that people came out with, that if you eat a hot dog, you lose like an hour of your life or something like that because there's so much sodium in it or some crap like that. Crystal Golem, not a fan. So because 4th of July is coming up, one of the more popular foods is, well, you guessed it, hot dogs. Get some hot dogs on the grill. Some burgers. Y'all know what it is. I like hot dogs, a good hot dog slash corn dog. I feel like if I had a meat grinder, I would make my own hot dogs and sausages. Like, dude, man, I'm a fan of it. Burgers, sausage, and chicken, dude. We always had hot dogs and hamburgers for the meme. But growing up, I think the most popular barbecue item that we would have would be short rib. It was, man. Where do you get these pseudo facts? Word of mouth. This was back when I was at my office job. All of my coworkers kept telling me, you know that if you eat a hot dog, you lose an hour of your life. And this was because sometimes on lunch at the office job, I would grab food at the food truck that stops by. So there's a food truck that stops by, but they usually cater to like the laborers, right? So we had a lot of Hispanic laborers at the job site, right? Because they do inventory and all that stuff, do all the operation, they move the goods. And for the most part, we would get a food truck that was Mexican, and they would come with Mexican food all the time. So tacos, all the traditional dishes you would get there, and whatever they had. So one time I was like, oh man, I wouldn't mind getting a chili dog. So I just got that. And then my coworkers, they're like, yo man, you know that? I was like, man, this motherfucker, why you gotta say that while I'm eating it, man? Come on. But yeah, that's where I got that from. It's a popular youth group meal, but we slice them and boil them in tomato sauce with corn and stuff. Oh, I see you. I see you with that. Sausage with cheese inside, bacon coat. That sausage for a hot dog, dude, I'm not gonna lie. Dress it up like that, it's hard to pass. It's hard to pass. You got the cheese and bacon on the beef dog. It's pretty legit. It's pretty legit, man, I have to say. Last year I told everyone it would be hamburgers, hot dogs instead. I did a smoked brisket and pork one. Dude, that's an upgrade, 100%. I wouldn't be mad. Dude, it's like, I feel like when I went out to barbecues when I was young, because, you know, family was throwing a barbecue, it was hot dogs and hamburgers. You just go to Costco and buy a pack. But they would never finish it because everyone would always be eating the short rib. They do like this like soy sauce marinade, and it's like the short rib with the 3 bones on it, and then it's like a flap of meat, and it's like that's always the most popular thing. I don't know why. That's a burner in Germany. Hey, I see you over there, abductor. I see you over there. But yeah, man, 4th of July is coming up, man. I was curious what people's thoughts on hot dogs were. Doesn't sound like it's too popular, man. Doesn't sound like it's too popular. Sounds like a lot of people are like anti-hot dog. Good night, y'all. Have a good one, abductor. Russell Razizi, and we will see you next time. Be good, stay safe out there, man. This guy got the nice weather right now. 16C. I'm jealous, man. I really am. I need to move like to like Central California or something where it's cooler. I don't even know if it's cooler up there. I'm just thinking you go north, it's cold, right? I don't actually know if that's the case. Gute Nacht. Denki. I see you guys over there. We boil hot dogs and we usually grill the carne asada or sausage. Oh, wow. Dude, you guys, I don't know if you guys ever been to an Asian bakery. One of the things they do with the Asian bakery is they will make a bread and then they would put the hot dog in the bread and then bake it as is, so that when it comes out of the oven, like the hot dog juice gets soaked up by the bread, and they would sell that. Dude, it's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, man. I had that a lot as a kid. Well, that was because I didn't like anything else at the bakery. You want this strawberry shortcake? Nah, I'm gonna get the hot dog bread. Dude, I was a meat eater when I was young, man. I still am. But I 100% prefer salty foods over anything sweet. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Oh yeah, we call that enroladino de salesca. Rolled sausage. Oh, you guys have that too? Dude, it's nice, man. It's a little bit different from the piggies and blankets that we have in America. Very different in terms of like flavor profile. Because you add stuff like cheese and like green onion to it. And it actually changes the flavors like pretty nicely. Man, this takes a while to empty. I'm kind of impressed. It's a cooking job too. Man, it is what it is. All right, so we're going through this. The brine's good. Nice. All right, so now that we're able to do that, we're going to do this here. We're going to take the auto bottle. Oh, this is at 90 degrees. Oh my God. Hopefully this is something we don't get wrecked on. So we're pumping out the chlorine just so that we could have, oh man. Oh no, this tile is letting the CO2 out. Nice. All right, so we got that done. We want to dig this, want to dig that before the ice melts, and then we get trapped, right? And then the rest of this, we're going to go through the bottom. We could jump down from here. So we should be able to do something like this. Dig the rest of this out. Hopefully we'll be able to tap as much of the water as we can. Jump down here. This is going to allow the roots to extend so we get more of the water. Filling it is a storage job, no. The smoker? I'm not actually sure. Supplying job, maybe? Maybe both, to be honest. But yeah, I'm not actually sure. All right, nice. So this is going to allow some oxygen out. We could dig all of this out from the bottom. This is going to allow the chlorine to get to the megafrons. And then I probably want to do that. I probably don't need to do this. We want the brine to spill out so we could actually use it there. Let's get that dug out. Hello, what's going on, Julie? I see you over there. How are you? For a little bit of gas flow, we could do that as well. I remember up to 20 years ago, it was a hot dog. I'd be labeled American hot dog, bun, sausage, ketchup, mustard, nothing special. Now, Polish people have different types of hot dogs. Chicken, dried meat, vegan, plus variety of sauces at local convenience stores. I'm not gonna lie, man. I feel like hot dogs get a bad rap. I'm a fan of it, even though it's like if I eat a hot dog in public today, the kids are gonna look at me and be like, yo, pause. The man's eating something. Phallic. He's putting it in his mouth. I was like, yo, man, it's a hot dog, man. What's wrong with you? But you know the kids, man. I think you're over the top. Maybe also is my family. Like, my family has this thing against hot dogs. Every time I eat a hot dog, they give me shit for that too. It might be just the people that I'm around that gives it a bad rap. Give Bob head pats, done. I will give one to Mamba, but he's out cold. He's napping right now. Like, he is asleep. Buscemi hanging out with the kids. Hello, fellow kids. And he's wearing the shirt that says generically rock band. Oh, man. Hey, man, I can't help it, dude. Bob's being a wrist warmer. Shout out to Bob. Doing the hard day's work. There's a local hot dog cart. Yo, man, shout out to them. Shout out to them, man. Shout out to street food vendors. Chlorine's working pretty well. Pumping it out. Getting rid of the bleach stone. I want to say this is good now. So, phosphorus. Phosphorite. All right, 2,000. How much do I go through a day? 4 kg. You have 2,000. Okay, we're fine. Oh, no, bro. Wait, that's priority 9. And we're not getting power? Wait, are we out of peat? We have 60 tons. What do you mean? Why aren't you guys doing the thing? Dude, they got an Instagram. Shout out to them, man. Gotta get that Instagram page. I've been blessed ice cream man from my childhood. Dude, we used to get ice cream trucks, right? But there was one guy that had a soft serve machine inside of the ice cream truck. So instead of just scooping, he had the machine do the soft serve. Dude, that was the first time I had soft serve. That stuff was delicious. Carts are so rare in Poland, very tourist places. I would say in America, you would have random street food vendors in the city. That's because, you know, you get a lot of foot traffic because of the traffic, right? So like in a place like New York, a lot of people are going to be walking just because driving a car is a nightmare, right? So to speak. All right. Looks like all the chlorine's pumped out. We not pumping out oxygen. We good. Let the brine melt. Oh my god, look at this, boys. Calorie, they're rare here. I think the only guy. Oh wow, no way. Dude, man, I'm in the hood. And we got street food everywhere, dude. We got churro vendors, taco vendors, tamale vendors, babusa vendors. Like, you just go up and down the street, man. We got them just chilling. Dude, so this is mad hot, right? The brines, it's helping, or at least it's trying. The 5 kgs of steam here that's not backing down because of the tile contact. That's so interesting. My guy had a van with wrapped commercial pops. Oh, we had that too. That was the generic dude. So we had the dude that basically he bought the variety pack at the Costco. And then he has a picture of every wrapper on the front side of the van. And then he just is like, yo, let me get this one. He's like, okay. And then he'll just pull it out, hand those out to us. So I will say, though, while those were good, I preferred the soft serve. I don't know why. But yeah, I grew up eating that, man. It was good stuff. They would play the, man. So we have mockingbirds in our area. I remember growing up as a kid. There was nothing, and we still have it to this day. There was nothing more annoying than the mockingbirds copying the tune of the ice cream truck because they're blasting it in the streets, right? And then they would copy the freaking car alarms from the 90s. Do 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 do. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's going through the cycling of the different sounds for the car alarm. Oh my god, the mockingbirds would copy that and just sing it all night. I remember hating that stuff, man. Not a fan of the birds. Not a fan of the birds. That's why I have a Mamba. He keeps the birds in check, even though he doesn't really. Alright, so right now, this is done. The food looks like it's stabilized with a single smoker, because I don't have enough food for 11 dupes. We have enough food for 10. We got the lure plants up to get some amber, so we get plastic to do some cooling loops soon. That means right now we're doing a little bit of radbolt research, so we get glass for the emulsifier, and then we get biodiesel. And then we'll be able to start doing the natty gas box, which means I'm probably trying to do this then. Okay, I think that's fair. So what we'll do is we're going to build this wall, and then we're going to do a alternate path on this side. Yeah, so we're gonna have this basically be where they're emptying out water. We're gonna have an alternative entrance so that none of this water in here spills down while we go down this way to create space. Oh, likely be how we want to do it. They sell super creamy soft serve in stores now. They do? What? The panic to find 50 cents when the music starts playing down the street. Dude, man, we had a jar for that. We had an ice cream jar. Basically, it was just loose change. Dude, that was the strat, man. Gotta get the ice cream jars. I think this works. Oh, Mamba's awake. He heard the ice cream truck, dude. Mamba's awake. We'll let him do his thing. CVT soft serve is the best. Comes in a pouch. Highly recommend. I've never seen that, dude. What the heck? Dude, there's when I was in college, there's a place in NorCal that sold oh, this guy might be nice. Yeah, we'll take him. We'll take Bird. They had something called Strickland's frozen custard. Have you had that, man? It's apparently like world famous. I guess more people in Poland moved to food trucks or some small car coffees from the trunks. Never saw a hot dog cart, to be honest. Maybe a few cotton candy ones. Probably health regulations here. So it might be because of the weather. Like, isn't Poland cold? I would imagine it'd be kind of tough because of how cold it is. I might be wrong. I've had frozen custard, maybe the same one. Yeah, apparently there's a place called Strickland's that in Northern California is like really good, really famous. It's world famous. I feel like that's the biggest thing. Like whether or not you have like food carts that you could just push out. It depends on the weather. If you have like just nice weather, I feel you'll have more. Yeah, but you know, in Cali, it's always nice. So like we just get it all year. We just get it all year round, you know. All right, it's time to do the setup. We're going to move some stuff to the side. We are not going to put the wall on the side yet, just because I don't want the water to not spill to the left. Still, hot dog carts are rare in Cali. I'm not going to lie, I haven't seen a hot dog cart. We have tacos over here instead. Tacos be chilling though. Tacos are delicious. SF and Main Street. Shout out to Main Street. Alright, so this part's good. We're gonna be doing this, guys. Best taco protein, in your opinion. Best taco protein, and you have to say it in the legit way that it's sold as. Brisket? That's some Texas stuff. What the heck? What's the cut of meat called in Spanish? Carnitas. Pork, huh? I see you over there. A lot of barbecue. Georgia barbecue. I mean, I guess that's fair if you live in Georgia. Man, this is like just so non-traditional. I would say my favorite would have to be al pastor. It's also pork, but it's like marinated in like a pineapple spice marinade. And man, that stuff is delicious. Absolutely delicious. If you guys ever have a chance to get it, man, I would highly recommend it. Now, realistically, you have to cook the al pastor on the spit. You know, the metal thing that rotates with the things shining on it, so it cooks the outside before the inside. That's how it's done traditionally. And if you could find a place that does that, dude, it's nice. It's really good. I would say that's my top of the list. If I go to a new place I've never been to, I'd probably get carne asada. Carne asada is probably my, like... Y'all know, like, I don't know if you guys do this. Anytime I go to a new Thai place that I've never been to, I get the pad Thai because that's my benchmark. You guys have that, man? We guys go to a place to eat. You get a benchmark meal that everyone does, and then that's how you determine the quality of their food. Because it's like, realistically, no matter where you go, people are gonna be like, "Yo, man, let me get a pad Thai." You know, chicken pad Thai, whatever. And it's like, you know what I'm saying, man? It's just how I gauge how good the food is. So for me, I do the tacos, asada, burrito asada. Oh, you do the tacos de barbacoa. You got the slow roasted beef. Yeah, that would be the closest thing to brisket. Yeah, 100%. Pastilla Oaxaca, avocados, onions, and cilantro. I see you over there. Beef dip. Dude, you gotta benchmark it, man. You gotta know whether or not it's worth going back. What's that saying? Hey, man, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. How does that work? Is it the other way around? I don't know how that saying works, but it's like you gotta gauge it, man. You got to. I've had a Oaxaca mole, and it's the best thing I've had. It's so good. I wish I could have mole. I mean, I could have it. I just would have to have it like early in the day. But yeah, I can't do chocolate because of acid reflux. Feels bad, man. Chocolate is my main trigger. Like, I just can't have chocolate. I get wrecked. But yeah, mole. I've never had mole before. I imagine it'd be pretty good. I usually pick something with eggs in it. If they can't cook the eggs right, they can't cook anything more complicated than that. Yo, man, pad thai has eggs. That checks out, right? That works, technically. It's spicy, so that doesn't help with that. Yo, nope. I get wrecked by that too, probably. Alright, so we now know we have a little bit too much in here. 60. Oh, we're actually at a point where... Okay. I probably dig this so that my water goes down. That's really nice. Let's do that. We want the water level to drop. You do a pad see with the fried egg on top. I see you. Pad thai, man. Pad thai. I'm gonna be real, man. Very recently, I started appreciating mustard. And I've been eating a lot of mustard recently. I feel like I finally have an appreciation for it. And it was when I was making a cream-based sauce at home. Because I was eating chicken breast. And I was like, I'm gonna add some mustard to this. Oh, a Oaxacan mole is basically... Have you ever had spiced chocolate? Penang curry is my jam. Curry mihun is a dish. I see you over there. I started appreciating mustard when I was drinking IPAs. Really? What does IPAs have to do with mustard? Laughing Wolf. I see you over there. What's so good? Dude, when I made a cream sauce. Basically, you do like a light brown roux. You cook it a little bit, right? And then you add the milk, and then you add the mustard. Oh man, I don't know why that was delicious. It's just a taste bud thing. Interesting. Mole. Yeah, man. I imagine it's good because it's basically like it's like a spice curry almost, but you have chocolate in it. I don't know if that throws it off. or makes it weird for people, but yo man, it's nice, I would imagine. But yeah, feels bad. I've never had mole. Welcome in, Laughing Wolf. I see you over there, man. Hope you're having a good one. Thicker sauce made with chilies, chocolate, ground polenta. Yep. There is a little bit of, I guess you'd call it cornmeal. Lack a better word sometimes. It makes it thicker. It's a nice sauce. My ex I was with for 7 years, her grandma turned me onto it and I fell in love with it. So tasty. Came for the boyfriend, stayed for the grandma. Yo man, those grandma recipes are top tier. They really do be, man. Nana's mole, hard to beat. Very dark in color. Yeah, I would say that's one of the foods that you would consider, how do I say this? Food that looks like poop. I hate to describe it like that, but that's like the best way to describe it. Like, you could argue when you go to Taco Bell and they put the ground beef on the tacos, it's like, you guys ever work at Taco Bell, man? They have like a gun that shoots out the ground beef. That stuff is suspect, man. That's all I gotta say. Goes well with beef. Yo, man. Dude, that whole plate, man. Mole, beef, and then you have like refried beans. It's just gonna look bad. You know what I'm saying, man? Like, everything on there just would look kind of bad. You like Taco Bell? You like the Tex-Mex? How do you feel about Del Taco? I'm not gonna lie, a lot of food that looks gross typically tastes amazing. It's weird. And it's not that it looks bad, it's more so that it looks like something else that's typically bad. Alright, we gotta move out this water. That can't be there. Oh yeah, we're gonna analyze this. You're right, Timo. We gotta do that this time. Can we mop up the water, though, one time? Nice. Alright, so now we gotta cancel this. We're gonna do move everything to here. Alright, that's solved. I am gonna grab the chlorine right here. I might not need to do this. Alright, I know I want to put the oxygen in here. And then I think we do it like that. So we finally will get chlorine down here from over pumping and we should be good. I like Del Taco's vanilla milkshake. That's so random. You go to a taco spot for vanilla milkshakes. Feels weird, man. Feels weird, man. I mean, they might just have your local Del Taco might just have a really good milkshake game. That could be possible. I can't hate on that, man. They just do good milkshakes. It's specifically extra creamy. Okay. They got that secret sauce. Polak knows about it. We got that secret sauce, man. Alright, is this boiling? Dude, this is winning, dude. Look at this. We're moving the cold water from this biome right here. That's at -9. And it's fighting the freaking mass of hot iron. Oh my god, I think we're winning. Or at some point, we're just gonna stop. And we just let this fight. Now, the abyssalite is cold. Okay, this is dropping in temperature. This used to be 185. Okay, so it's going down. And I mean, it's still spreading, though. So it's not really, like, that great. This brine right here is still handling it. Yeah, man, that's basically what it is. You guys ever put the AC and the heater in the same room and see what happens? And all you find out is that your electric bill goes up. And you're like, wait, what? That's not supposed to happen. Oh, wait, no, yeah, that kind of does make sense. Oh, we pumped up the chlorine. We missed it. Oh, there it is. All right, so we are going to do this. There we go. We got our chlorine bubble. Now we just dump it into here. Nice. This map with the heat is out of control. It is. It is. I think we got it, though. It's just a little bit of matter of time. So now that we have this done, more or less, I think it's time for us to make a SPOM. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That means tiles here. Going across. I think that works, because we end up doing this. I think, right? I finally got out of the starting area enough to enter space. Nice. Oh, man. Yeah, I am not going to be entering space for a long time. My heat barrier is barely holding up. And we're trying to fight this right now. We did a vacuum wall here to isolate this. Dug in. We couldn't save the fishes on the left side, though. Feels bad. But we saved these guys. Outside of that, this is separated. There's gas here. It's a vacuum on the other side. This is isolated, so we're fine. I'm basically trying to isolate zones like this. Random hot abyssalite. Oh my god, is this finally a teleporter? Dude. Oh my god, the first building. Okay, we have second buildings right here. A first actual building. Let's go, boys. We might actually get oil. Oh, man. The breeze chiller. That's going to be fun. When in doubt, entomb. That's going to be the best way to do it a lot of times. When I worked at McDonald's here in Poland, it was a McDonald's. Someone added secret sauce, and it was big news. I was typing order on drive-thru. Someone would mess around, be like, Sprite without extra milk. Wow. Interesting. I was the oldest employee at 21. Dude, that's pretty crazy, man. I can't imagine being the oldest at 21 and you're running a store like that. That's probably, man. Got that responsibilities like what Tommy said. Oh no, Angelica from the Rugrats. I'm old now. I'm not allowed to have fun. I got responsibilities. Shout out to the Rugrats, man. Used to watch that a lot as a kid. Alright, let them sweep, get the analyze, get that set up. We're going to start building our SPOM design. This is probably going to be where we want it. Jumping up's probably going to be tough. Let's try to do that. Alright, it's built. We're going to dump the chlorine. This is 2,000 milligrams, so it's just going to get deleted. Nice. All right, so this is good. Let's get rid of the vent. Let's get rid of the gas line. Let's get rid of this gas line. Okay, so the other thing I may want to do is pump out the polluted oxygen. I don't know if I'll actually want to do that. I mean, it's cool slush, right? We might have that problem eventually. So we probably do want to. All right, let's do the diagonal dig so that we just move the stuff out. We gotta wait for the analysis anyways. Tile there. And then the water layer on top doesn't get broken. Because if I mop this, it's going to thin out the water layer. Kind of don't want that. Alright. We know it's going to be like this. Bottom of the SPOM and the... I mean, the top of the infinite water geyser storage is exactly lined up with the bottom of the SPOM right here. That's actually really nice. That's actually really good for us, I have to say. All right. 30 degrees. I think I still have to add cold water here. I just have to do something with the water that already exists. And I don't know what I'll do with it. It feels bad. But I think we do need to continuously add. Let's just turn this back on until we get max. Ooh, pemmican. Can't pass on that. Guys, don't eat that though. That's emergency food. Put that in here. I can, but I sealed this off right here, and that's holding a lot of the water. If there's no water here, the top part gets completely cooked. The water is holding the majority of the cold energy, so I don't want to go in. Which is fine. We're just going to slowly try to cool it down right there if we can. It's not that big of a deal either, I don't think. It's only if it starts leaking out that I'm worried. I don't think it will, though. New blueprint. Yeah, we have a lot. I see you, Cyberdyne. How are you? I guess we should start digging this out. How come this is unreachable? Oh, this tile. I see. Right here. Okay. Alright, so this is done. Get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. What's good? We are trying to get a SPOM up soon. Outside of that, we are trying to get some biodiesel, and we're trying to cool this down if we can. Ideally, though, I want to get plastic and try to get steam turbine tech. We got glass. Hey, all right, so steam turbine tech is next, and then I think we got to grab aqua tuner. Okay, nice. So now that we have glass, I think we just do it here. So let's do these two. Last forge. Do that. This is gonna be temporary. Just so that we could just make a little bit of glass so we could get the emulsifier. That's all we want. And then once we get the emulsifier, we get biodiesel so that we could deal with the natty gas. Start storing the resource, which is what we want. This is the 2 gas setup for infinite pressure. So we're just going to be trying to analyze, clean it up, and get the build actually in place. We should mop this tile. But yeah, man, it's gonna be 4th of July this weekend, right? And dude, I don't know about you guys, where you guys live. Dude, they were popping off fireworks all weekend, dude. It'd be like 1 o'clock, barely past noon, and they would launch a firework. Like, you couldn't even see it because it's so bright already outside. But I guess they had to test it out, man. I imagine it's gonna be a lot of fireworks this weekend for us. I don't know if you guys have anything like that. But yeah, man, they're gonna be popping off. They got the 4th of July. Dude, it's on Friday, man. Technically 3-day weekend. Ramble, welcome in. Aw, damn. That's, yo, man. The only thing that sucks about it is it always smells bad afterwards. You get that smell of sulfur that's completely outside. Oh, yeah, 3 people throw down for it. Damn. I see you over there. Going to the ocean. I see, I see. Ocean strats, ocean strats. All right. We're gonna drop the glass into here. Order. Oh yeah. B2s. Those are the aircrafts. I'm not sure if that's the aircrafts. But yeah, man. A lot of crazy shit happening. Alright, dupes are just doing their downtime. Pooping. Oh, they're not cleaning the toilets. We're gonna need that done. Dude, man. Gotta eat some hot dogs on 4th of July. They let you drive on the beach. You could drive on the beach. Dude, man. I've seen some people do some stupid stuff when they were allowed to drive on the beach. I saw one where the dude was like trying to like back into the water or something. This was years ago. And then his car got stuck and he couldn't get it out. Because the sand's giving away, right? So you have no traction, nothing to grip on. Dude, crazy stuff, man. We camp for 3 days straight. It's considered state highway. They don't let you mess around. Oh, interesting. People get stuck every year. Classic. Yeah, sounds about right, man. Sounds about right. You hate to see it, man, but it is what it is. Oh my god. No way. Really, Timo? Dude, that's horrible. I saw a car get stuck once and they backed up over a log and high centered their car. Yo, man, feels bad, man. When the negligence causes a big problem. Man, I need to start dealing with the CO2 here too again. I guess digging through those are fine now. We put the CO2 pump right here. Zone SC over there. Dude, -3? Dude. Totally not jealous. Damn, -3? That seemed nice, man. I see you over there, Zone. Hope you're having a good one so far. Dude, yeah, man, it's hot over here, man. I need some cold weather. 350. We're almost at 500, boys. I guess I should get polypress after this. I guess getting it now makes more sense. Just because we would use the polypress now. Before we would use the steam turbine. Yeah, the water, dude. The water cooling is a lot of impact, man. It makes sense that it'd be a lot cooler by the beach. We have over 25 during the night right now. Really sucks. Oof. Yeah, man. Oh, God. Yeah, it's tough. I'm not a fan of the hot nights. That's like the worst part of summer, IMO. Hot nights. I would say it's the worst part about summer. Like, sleeping in the heat is, like, really bad. Gotta stay cool, man. Gotta stay cool. Yeah, I can't sleep well if it's hot, man. Me too. I'm lucky if I get 25C at night. Timo sleeps in water like he's Daredevil. That's how he sleeps, dude, in the hot water. I mean, in the cold water, dude. Yeah, me too, man. I prefer the cold. I saw this, and I feel like it'd be really nice if I had money. I saw this thing where it was like a sleeping bag that you put on top of your bed, right? And this is like where your pillows are right here, right? I'll put tiles there for the pillows. So this is like the blanket sleeping bag, and then you have your pillow inside. At the bottom where your feet is, there's a tube that has AC blowing inside. And it's temperature controlled. And I was like, yo, I don't know what that's called, but it's for people with sleep apnea, I think. But I don't know what it's called. I just know that there was someone I was talking to. They're like, yeah, I have sleep apnea. I use this thing and it helps me sleep at night. I was like, what is it called? He's like, I don't know, but I'll describe it. And he was describing. I was like, oh, that sounds amazing. He's like, yeah, it's an AC tube that blows inside the blanket. Oh, that's in Antarctica. Totally not common sense, right? It's 28C over there right now. You would imagine Antarctica be mad cold. Yeah, it's in Brazil. I was memeing, dude. Try to pull a fast one. 7 p.m. 28 Celsius, and that's decent? Oh, that's horrible, dude. I'll be real. That is not a good time. Amazon rainforest in Brazil. If you play Diablo, that's where all the Amazons live. It'd be like that sometimes. Technically, I do want to remove this so that we could finish out the liquid lock. I want to move it over like this. And then we would get the items out. All right, let's build this out first. We would need, I think it's 100, right? So we get 25. That's what, 4, 8? Let's go with 8. Get 200 kgs. And then we need emulsifier tech. We'll get there soon. So we have infinite pressure creator right here. It's already at 1100, so we're pretty good. This is a gas bubble that's basically because of this element having the same density. It's not really a problem though. It'll be fine. We also probably want a vent line here that we probably temperature wise doesn't matter, but we add from the side. Yeah. And then that's going to be where the door is, because I don't want them going inside. So it's going to be here. Like that. Maybe right here, because that's 4 tiles, right? Yeah, that works out. All right, that's built, so we could do this now. Still sweeping out the items. Still waiting for the insulated pipe to be built for the glass forge. Food is good. It's going up. And then we got 2 of these guys now. Looking good. The vines. Guys, pro tip. You see this right here? This curled up segment means that it's not growing out anymore. So you pause the game, build a ladder. It changes the animation, and then you cancel the ladder. And it's a vine again. It's going to regrow out. So you don't have to wait for that segment to regrow. And you could force it to continue growing. So that's going to be the pro tip for the overgrow nodes. If you ever run into that issue, it happens randomly. But if your vines stop growing, that's the pro tip. All right, we're dumping the water into there. All right, so now we could do this. I don't want the water getting pushed up, so we're going to do the tiles above it first. Yeah, man, ghost tiles in this game. Oh, isn't this bad? Because there's nowhere for the pipe to move out? No shit. Yo, man, build. Or is this going to sit in the contents? I'm actually not sure how that works. Alright, we do want that, though. Alright, cool. High risk, that's fine. I'm not too worried about that. Once this gets built out, we're going to put brine here. Ooh, this is done. The brine contact up here is kind of interesting. Dude, 165. It's cooling down, dude. That's very impressive. The cold brine water is winning. Alright, man. Time to do the illegal stuff. 922 kilograms of steam. 700 kilograms of steam. We're gonna dig in, but I wonder how badly are we gonna get cooked. We're gonna continue dumping out the brine from here and over. But, by God, I did not expect that to be like that. Oh, we took it over. Let's go. This drop of steam finally lost. What's that dude's name that holds up the entire world on his back? His name is Atlas. Dude, man, not even Atlas lives forever. Alright, we're gonna grab the Dardo egg. He tried, man. He really did. Alright, so we're gonna dig the tiles. And the logic here is gonna be simple. We're gonna want to add as much of the cold brine as we can on this layer. So we need to create space. Oh, and then we got a layer of water on top now. Nice. All right. All right, so if this cools down, it's going to cool down into water. And then this brine is still at brine. So yeah, steam here is a good amount of mass. 900 per tile, 700, 700, 700. So if we cool this down, it solidifies back into water, which is going to be really nice for us. We have space here. All right. I'm going to hope this is fine. All All right, maybe not that one. We're going to open this one up. What was that tile of brine ice? Oh, that wasn't brine ice. It was brine steam, I think. Oh, no, water. This is water. So it's not ice, it's melted. But yeah, that was a tile of brine ice. Used to be. Back in the days before the meteors hit. Alright, that's good. This is ready. This is gonna be water, if we can. Probably right there. We have 6 more to go. Okay. So if we could get water, we're gonna want that here. For the time being... No, I do have to put the door in. Because we have to prevent the dudes from going in. Alright, we're gonna need more. We're still trying to tech up the polypress, which we almost have enough of. Yeah, we're at 350. And we're at 50 and 42. Looks like we're almost gonna have enough amber for plastic. And then we start steam turbining and start cooling stuff down, getting free power, dude. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice. Oh yeah, the floppy disk. We gotta move that out, boys. I totally forgot. This is allowed access. That's fine. And then auto bottle water 7. I guess if I had salt water, I would use that instead. I don't have salt water. Okay. So that salt water here is something I haven't tapped into. I'm gonna want salt water then. That makes the most sense, given what we're doing. So, Duke, show nav. We can climb up here. That's a good sign. So what we'll do is... this. I hope the water doesn't spill out. And then we're gonna try to pitcher pump the water. And then the salt water is gonna be what we use for the liquid lock. Alright, should be good. Let's dig this out if we can. Alright, this is free to be dug. Let's do that. All the items here need to be moved out eventually. So it's gonna be a big sweep job so that my dupes are gonna be not idle. We are at a lot of phyto oil. Emulsifier. Oh, that's over here. Alright, we're gonna need to tech that up afterwards. Hunter, welcome in. What's going on, Hunter? I see you over there. What's good? What's good? How's the days? How was the Mondays? Oh my god, the water. It's a water tile. I mean, that kind of makes sense. I didn't want that to be a water tile, though, if I could. Yeah. Doing our best for the brines. If we could get a line of cool brine here, and this chills down, I'm not as worried anymore about this. So I'm hoping that's the case. Still moving up P water, because we need to. Okay, we're almost done with this, so we won't need to... Actually, I could just stop this now. We don't need to run these wheels. We don't need to run this anymore. We should have enough glass. Yeah, 175. I believe the emulsifier is only 100. So we're more than good. If we need to, we just do one more job. Okay, so that means we need to do the salt water. People's be sleeping, though. People's be sleeping. I need to bump this to a 9, actually. Critter trap. Not yet. I will eventually plug in all of these reservoirs into the vent. And then everything gets dumped in. So it's basically a powerless pump. And it also allows us to store our pee water from the toilets. Right? So it's kind of convenient, man. Since this doesn't actually use any power. Eventually, though, we will. But yeah, soon. We probably want to dig this tile. Release the hydrogen. Pokeshell broke out. Oh, man. We'll just do that as our pitcher pump. So this is going to be the SPOM area. So let's get started with a dig that we know we're going to have to do. Let's put this there because we know what's going to be there. All the sweeps, all the things. I guess we could do this now. There's no real downside to this. Okay, that means we could remove the reservoirs too. Makes it a little bit easier. Okay, once we get that, we want to dig this so the items aren't a problem. Oh, my man is stuck. Alright, you gotta go through this way. But man, Teemo's almost dead. Run, Teemo, run! Alright, he's free now. That reminds me, we have to connect this. Oh, crap. Teemo, man, the dino suit got caught on the, peat. So you were, you know, just a little bit held behind. There is a new D4 patch out. Cannot wait to not play it. Oh, man, you play D4, dude? I'm waiting for the new season in Path of Exile 2. Are you done with Path of Exile 1 already? I'm waiting for the new season, man. I want to see the new weapons, new class. D4 bad? No, okay. Not on the PoE ones too. I see you. But yeah, man, I gotta wait till August for the new season. Maybe they drop it a month early. PoE 1 is fun. Yeah, we got nothing right now. You like the Merc mechanic? Man, I feel like... I'm not gonna lie, man. There's just... PoE 2 just feels so limited. I feel like all the cool stuff is in PoE 1 still. Feels bad, man. About to start a new character just to see if I like it. Wait, D4? You're gonna start a new character in D4? Well, PoE 2 is in beta. I mean, didn't they have a release date of June 6? Hold up, man. Didn't they say they were gonna release the game in June 6th or something like that, man? I'm just saying. Alright, we're in saltwater time. I feel like that might be the reasoning why. 3 acts. Yep, we're missing 3 acts. We're missing classes. Dude, we're missing what? Not even 3 classes? Aren't we missing like 5 classes? I'm not actually sure. We're missing so many weapons, so many things. P1 has 10 years of it. Yeah. It's hard to compare that, yeah. It's just that it's, you know, it's the sequel. You would imagine, and it's on the same engine, that porting the stuff over wouldn't be that bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, there's been a lot of years of updates, but I was hoping that we'd be able to capitalize on the fact that it's already developed, right? Because it's not like they're making totally new stuff, it's just porting it over, right? Yeah, man, endgame sucks. I'm not gonna lie, man. We need some better stuff to do with endgame. The thing is like, I want to see what the middle ground is for what, you know, they want the vision to be. Because I feel like right now, if they want their slower, more methodical gameplay that they kind of advertise, I feel like they can't do that in PoE 2 at the moment. Like, there is just way too many problems around the issue of mob balance. Like, one of the more frustrating things in PoE 2 that I'm not gonna lie is how often mobs hit you, how often mobs hit stun you. And it's like, it feels like the rules are not the same. Like, if the mobs could hit stun me, like, you know, back to back to back to back to back, and it's light stun, I feel like I should be able to do the same thing to them. You know what I'm saying, man? Like, it doesn't feel fair. That's kind of how I feel right now with how that works. So it feels like you have to play an offensive oriented build and you have to play ranged. Because the most problematic thing in the game is mobs that are ranged. They're the most problematic thing in the game, dude. It's not even funny. One thing I really miss is heavy stun on bosses. Yeah, you can't heavy stun bosses anymore, dude. That's so sad. That literally killed like some of the skills. Like, you can't use Hammer of the Gods anymore because of how Glory works. I feel like I would have a easy solution for that though. Like, the easiest way to balance that is simple. Don't make it so that you need stun to use it. Just have it on a long cooldown. But make it so that if you do get enough glory, it instantly resets the cooldown. And give it like a 30-second cooldown or something. Or something like a minute, I don't know. But basically, it's like, that's the main problem with some of those skills. Like, you basically just made it so that's not possible anymore. How's my dupe? He's sick right now, man. You didn't wash your hands after hanging out with the lums, and then you were eating some of the veggie poppers. It looks like you got sick. You gotta wash your hands, D-Mayor. You gotta wash your hands. But yeah, right now we are tapping into this geyser. We're trying to get some tech in for the emulsifier. We just got glass. We just got some Rad Bull tech. So this is good. We're topped off. So we're going to be trying to make some biodiesel today. Tap the natty gas. Trying to make a SPOM today. Try to get plastic today for some power as well. So there's going to be a lot of things we're going to be trying to do. Hopefully we have enough time to do all the things. All right. So I do want to get the CO2 away from here, if I can. I will also need to move out some of the the obsidian. Let's move out some of these items out as well. Okay, so we do the lip. Yeah, I think we do it like that. And then we're basically going to start setting up our SPOM design. 136, right? Three, 6, 1. Should be good, should be good. Hopefully I don't mess up the spacing. Just in case. Yeah, okay. So that means this is not right. No, actually, that is right. Okay, that works then. Cool. All right, getting ready for the SPOM build. Got some off-gassing happening that I need to stop. That's basically what we need to do now. Pressurize this room. We're probably going to do polluted oxygen if I can do it. The problem is that the CO2, right? I guess we could try. We basically need to pump out as much of the gas as we can. Now, it's going to off gas, but we're just going to try to hope to get all the CO2 out. Hopefully, once we get enough out, we'll be fine. And then it's just allowing it to pressurize and then adding more on top of that. Which shouldn't be too bad. We have like pockets of polluted oxygen. All right, speed this up. Let them work on that. This is already pressurized at about 2-3K per tile. How is this? 44, it's at 1,000. Okay. Because of how this is, I might want to do that. Just to create space and then soak up the heat a little more. This is going down to about 160. Not bad. Get the Mert seed. Should be alright. Then running the wheel. Shouldn't be running here. Alright, let's get rid of this then. So here, here, here. We're not pumping here anymore, so we technically shouldn't do that. We don't need this oxygen diffuser always running. Dude, 6.2 kgs. That's pressure right there, man. That's a lot of polluted oxygen. I would want that released if I could. Let's get that done first. Still waiting on a second lump. We are at 350 still. And then we want to start pumping out the CO2 so we could refill it back up with polluted water or polluted oxygen. All right, this liquid log's about done. Maybe. The problem is that you fear leaking out the other gases inside. You don't want the mixed gas. All we got to do is pull out all the CO2 here. That's all we got to do. Now, the polluted oxygen is constantly going to be created. It's the only downside, right? It's going to causes, like the CO2, because it's going to want to be on the bottom layer. It might be a problem. So this right side layer is what I'm worried. Oh, it's pulling over. Come on. Oh. Hey, we're good. Okay, so we're good here. Nice. Okay, so now we get rid of the power line, gas line. Well, let's just get rid of this. And the pump. All right, we are at about 300. That's good. We can turn this off now. All right, we're gonna drain the pea water. Let's do that. So what's going to happen is all the pea water is going to start spilling. The idea is we don't want this to evaporate. At some point, it's going to be dormant, right? 33 cycles. So what we're going to do is just start dumping all the water here to keep this layer topped off. And it's going to spill into infinite pressure storage, right? Win-win for us. And then we get to clear up the space here. It's going to be what we want to do. We would have that. We want to build this out. And then everything here should be insulated. Now, this is not going to be that cold because we're adding like lukewarm water, right? It's from right here, 22 degrees. Not that nice. 49, 47, and we can add a lot more brine now. From here, nice. Looks like it's handling it. More of the brine ice is going to melt at some point, and that's going to add to the pool. I do think, though, we might want to do this early. I have to watch over them. I think they could dig from here, right? Dude might get stuck, and that might be bad. We have an achievement for having no single dupe die while we survive the meteor impact, right? So we can't have anyone die. Gonna need some bottle emptiers there. The water's starting to become limited there. Okay. So that just means I have to use this water. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Let's start digging. I want to bump this up, though. And we have to watch the dupe do this. Research is almost done on the emulsifier. Whoever does this, man, we're going to watch over you. Okay, he jumps to there. That's not bad. All right, he's going to grab brine. And then we're going to deconstruct this. We're going to move this a tile over and maybe a tile lower as well. Because this is diggable. I don't want to bop the abyssalite. That way we could get more of the water to accumulate at the bottom after digging it out. That's going to be what we want to do. How's the temps under the volcano? It's handling it, man. It's handling it. 38. Not bad. This side is getting up to 50. But the dinos are chilling. Scale growth 90%. Oh, you have to feed them a baby. Alright, man. We have one of these Dartle guys. We have to feed him. It feels bad. Is it a good idea to use water of a cool slush geyser to cool my base? Yes, it's a good idea. But you have to understand that it's not going to be something you're going to have a lot of control over. So while it is a good idea, I wouldn't put it as the best. So first things first, Thea. I'm going to call you Thea Gwyn. Let me know if I'm saying your name wrong. What kind of heating issue do you have? Is it something like, you know, you have a volcano erupted and there's a lot of heat that you have to counter? Or is it something like you left your battery running for a long time in the early game? Now it's starting to warm up and you want to cool that down for a split second? Like, basically, I'm asking is the problem a big problem that you need to deal with for the foreseeable future, or is it like a minor issue? Because there is a better strategy if you have a minor problem. But anytime you use cold liquid from a geyser specifically to cool down an area, it's a long-term solution, meaning that you're going to keep it there for a while. And it's going to always be running there, if not, you know, perpetually, right? But if it's a temporary problem and you just want to cool it down so that things could start running again, or, you know, in our case, it's just, you know, you're scared the heat might warm it up for the plants, right? The other solution is to use ice. But yeah, let me know what kind of problems you're running into for that. Oh, man. Come on, dude. Just one bite. Dude, he's right there. Eye level. Good. Oh, you went to the wrong side. Can you do this? All right, man, just dig out. Just dig out. You could breathe. We got O2. Your lungs are filled. Not holding nothing in your lungs. You farted too. God damn it. All right, you got it, man. Thank you for letting me know about that on this mini Twitch. All right, so this got built. All right, we could jump down here now. And then I'm going to want to dig this tile. Hey, man, we got to get that achievement, man. No one's going to die. But yeah, Thea Gwyn, let me know. Because depending on what the problem is, realistically, while you can use it, you don't want that there for too long because it's going to be too cold. Just a regular base cooling loop. Oh. Realistically, I wouldn't use the -10 temperature water for a cooling loop. The only things heating up the base are electric grills and gas ranges. Okay. So if you have that issue where it's like a battery, a cooking building is leaking out heat, the best thing for you to do is to do something like this. Right? So you have floors, right? What you want to do is do a U shape like that right here on the floor. So it's basically like that. And then you remove this tile, and likely you're going to want to put a ladder there. Use regular tiles, by the way. I'm just using airflow so that you could see the difference. So once you do that, you're going to want to get the temp shift plate and pick a ice that you have. Having ice melt on the tile is going to be the best temporary solution that will last you a good amount of time. And I would highly recommend that for any spot cooling. I could get into the details of why that works really well, but if you don't want to hear it, it's fine. Just understand that that's probably going to be what you want to do. You don't need to build pipelines, automate anything. It's literally temp shift plate, get ice. Once you get enough ice, build a temp shift plate, right, in the middle of that U shape, and then it's going to melt into water, and it's going to cool everything down around it, especially the floor that's touching it. So I would highly recommend doing that first, and then seeing if that's good enough. If it works, because I don't know how much heat is actually in the area, it will last you a decent amount of time, in which you could remove the bottom tile, mop it up, and then put a new temp shift plate there in maybe like 50 cycles when it warms up again. But for the most part, if it's a minor heat source like that, it's never going to be like that hot that it's going to heat up really fast. So that would be the best temporary solution that I would actually highly recommend. All right, let's move the stuff out. We have to bop the reses here. And then we need to start doing insulated tiles like that. I'll also want to remove these because we want a better setup. Okay, this is good. So we want to do this. The water is going to spill, and then we're going to do that. So it's going to be a spill path. Everything accumulates, and then it goes down right here. We could still climb up and out, and then all the water is touching. Once we get that, we could dig this as well. Salt water is good. Everything is good. SPOM build. Oh, no, we have water now, though. Are they just not grabbing the water from here? Wait. No, we could reach. Man, what the hell? I don't know why they're not grabbing the water. I mean, it is what it is. Smart battery. No, we're gonna need one. Let's get some more refined metal. Let's put 10 on here, because we know we're gonna need it. Then we are going to probably want to reroute this P water line, because I don't want this in the middle while my SPOM's running. I do want more polluted oxygen in there. I think if we could pump up all the water from here, we could break in this way with like a liquid lock. And then what we would be able to do is try to filter out the polluted oxygen from this tile and pump it in. Or we could try to do something where we let it float in. That's going to be a little tough, though. Ooh, 6 kgs right there. Oh, and a liquid lock. Okay. This might be the ideal situation. We dig these two. That comes out that way. I probably just do a hard filter here. Oh, I don't have... Oh, no, I do. This is at 600... No research focus. Okay, we got an emulsifier then. We do. Alright, looks like I need to use the rad bolt tack. It looks like I could turn this off, though. Because we have 100 bolt and we only need 5 tech points, which means I could use this power line for this. Which means I do run gas filter, and I will do it here. So it's likely like that. We probably do something jank like this, where we just dump the gas. This comes in, this comes out, and then we're going to use this as a dump. I think we'll get plastic by then, and I'll be able to use plastic, so that might be the play. Alright, so this worked out. We have more brine water. This is healing. Believe it or not, this is healing. 157, 158. It used to be at 185. Believe it or not, boys, this is healing. He's trying, man. This guy has the high ground. Oh, you get him. Get this man. Get him. Come on. You see the food? No, he missed. Okay, that's why. Maybe I should have picked one of the older dartles. Oh. No, he missed again. What a bum. See, this is what happens, man, when you got no hands. You can't throw hands if you got no hands, right? You can't throw hands if you got no hands. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Really do be like that, though, sometimes, man. You just hate to see it. Alright, let them build, let them do the things. Pipeline is in... No, we cut this one. We want to connect that out this way to that way so it goes around. And then we get rid of this now. Cool, we got to do all that. We should be dumping pea water, but I guess they're not really doing that right now, and it's fine. Dude, those Rexes, man. I don't believe it if you tell me they be the apex predator. I don't believe it, man. We clearly see that they suck at hunting. Very clearly, man. All right, so we want to pressurize this so the gas doesn't evaporate, and then it breaks our lock right here, which is why we're setting this up and trying to grab this bubble and try to grab a filter. It should work, should work. Oh, we're in. Oh my God, is it time? Oh man, it's time for plastic, boys. Man. All right, so we're gonna make... How do I want to do the setup? Probably grab the fertilizer. Dude, plastic is gonna be a game changer for our current situation. Like, we might be better off trying to do something with this hot steam here. I might just go straight into one of these zones with a hot abyssalite and a hot obsidian. There's also the small pockets that wouldn't be bad. There's a lot of zones that we could literally just do something with. I'm not sure how I'm gonna want to do it. No, I have to look here, right? I think I have to use iron. $14.54. $15.34. Yeah, I'll probably have to use iron. Realistically, I might do it here. This is technically the potential best spot. And then we get access to everything here. And nothing here is above 1500. Do I want to do that? Alright, so that would mean we have to preemptively, like, sweep all those items out. Insulated tiles. I would need a way to cool down my steam turbine. I think we're just going to use the cold brine from here. Or from another cold biome to do a temporary cold dip for the steam turbine. It's going to heat up though. We're going to have to change the water. Oh, we could use this. That's kind of mean. I don't know if I actually do that. There's no easy way. Ooh. I have an idea. The problem is that we won't be able to control temperature that well. But I guess it works. Alright, we have to do about 50 of this. It's going to be a lot of power we're going to have to consume. Water dumpage. Well, we don't need gold for this. This is what, 24? Let's go for 4 dupes. Emulsifier 100. Let's put that here. And then let's get rid of the glass then, if that's the case. And then I do want to get a 4th one then. Which means we go out here. This goes down to this level. And then we want to do the setup, right? So we want tiles here, here, here. Ladder, ladder setup. Get everything done. SPOM time. Build everything time. Hydrogen. And then we get the last one on this setup. Yeah. Let's stop adding the polluted water into there. These are empty and no longer going to add in. We're going to remove the pipelines from here. SPOM time. Yep. This is polluted oxygen. All right, so once we get plastic, we get high pressure vent. And I'm going to use that on this spot. We're going to do that. They are all empty now. Nice. And then we're going to get rid of the pipes there. And then we're going to just separate this to dump the top levels. We know that we're going to want... I'll use gold here. And then we'll run shale. Just cause it's this like weird strat. We're gonna run insulated here and then regular tile. Bam, 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 bam. And the reasoning is because I want insulated and insulated. We'll deal with that later. Once this gets removed, we're gonna have to replace the tiles. This is probably gonna be a sweep job. All the items are gonna fall down, right? That's gonna suck. Okay. Wait for that. The glass should be reachable. Alright, none of my dupes are gonna die, right? Guys, I gotta pee, get some tea, get some water. Y'all know what it is, guys. It's a good time for a stretch break, hydration break. And I'll be right back. Guys, we're back. Sorry about that. Gotta refill my tea. Research completed. Nice. I will want to grab Aqua Tuner. Invalid, that's fine. Alright, so it's gonna be these two tiles. Everyone's alive, let's go. How is the water here? It's filling up, actually. This got cooled down. Nice. 86, 100 degrees. Alright, we may want... I still want to add some more cold water to that. Alright, I'm going to decon this, and we're going to move it up a tile. Might be a little weird, but I think that works. We gotta wait for this. Let's get that done. Emulsifier's in. Power line, just like that. No power. All right, so emulsifier. We want to do biodiesel, so we got to pipe in phyto oil. And then we're going to do the... that doesn't really work out right. All right, we have to do it on this side. Okay. That's technically more important than the spawn. This is ready. We're just needing the vent. Oh, no. Oh, no. God damn it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. God damn it, dude. I walked in and I breathed. Oh, man. I walked in and started breathing like a chump. Oh my god. Okay. I'm kind of mad. All right, we know what we got to do here. God. We pumped out the CO2 only to put a new bubble of CO2 in because they went in and breathed. Oh, man. All right, we got to do strats here. It's not really strats. We have to micromanage. It's basically what we have to do. We have to micromanage. Fun times. So we have to preemptively remove everything that would need to be swept later anyways. They're gonna want to come into here to breathe to build out the pipeline. Let's get that done. We're waiting for the plastic vent. This is gonna get rerouted temporarily. Damn it, man. We're gonna have to put that there. We're gonna have to get power in. Oh, man. Feels bad. The things you do for a perfect setup, and then the dude just goes in and breathes inside like a menace. Oh my god. These dupes just breathing everywhere. God damn it. Alright, so that. How dare they breathe? Yeah, didn't they know oxygen is not included? Anytime you breathe, it's a trap. What the heck is this? Single CO2 bubble, man. And then it's like the new mechanics make it so that they're not gonna delete the CO2, right? With the off-gassing anymore. That no longer happens. So this is just permanently inside, causing off-gassing to occur non-stop. I mean, I guess there's a way to do it, and just kind of sucks. No, no, Bert, you menace. Outside. I'm trying to break it even more. No, dude. Get out of here. Pump up CO2, pump up CO2. Y'all is locked down. No one's allowed inside. We need to just bop the CO2, dude. It went from 100 grams to like 10 in an instant, so I'm kind of happy. Hopefully it gets done sooner than later. A little bit of RNG. We have to vacuum this. Oh. Milligrams. That's just 1 gram right there. 1,000 milligrams. Welcome in, Carrie. Can you explain the mechanic again? Which mechanic? The ever-flowing stuff? Infinite pressure. Okay, that's fair. So infinite pressure in this game is pretty simple. Everything in the game takes 1 tile. And so that means that if you have something occupying a tile, you can't push anything into it, right? So what we're abusing is the fact that when water is in a single tile over the mass limit, it's going to want to expand, right? So that's why usually you'll get like 1,000 grams or 1,000 kilograms, and then you get, you know, another 1,000, and it never stacks up to 2,000 willingly. So in this case, we are doing a couple things. We're putting gases in this format because 2 different gases can't be merged together. So that means you can't push it together. This is basically your cork for the bottle of wine, right? Now, the thing that's weird about this, it's how the water's getting inside. This is a little bit more nuanced because of how the mechanic works, but basically, the best way to look at it is when water is moving like this, there is a animation with the Naruto spiral. If you watch Naruto, it's kind of like that little fish cake. And basically, what happens is that this animation right here teleports the water from this tile to this tile. That's exactly what's happening. So this is a specific animation because of the spiral. If you don't get the spiral, you could get the drip. That if you go into liquid overlay, you could actually see like the honey drip, right? That is not what you want. That is when you know you messed up, because that visualization of the water dripping down and looks like thick honey. The thing is that that actually occupies a tile space, and you could actually use that as a waterfall gate. This dude Zarek in chat loves doing it. He'll do like a, you know, your normal setup like this, and then he'll put a waterfall, and it's a large liquid lock technically, right? So he will add enough water, pump from the bottom, bring it back up top, and then he does a drip animation to get the specific drip. So it's like you could use that as a huge liquid lock if you want to. It's just I don't like having to spend power on that, you know, because you're gonna have to pump it back to the top anyways. But it could be something to do if you're bored, you want to flex. CO2, oh, it's being a menace. You call it a booger. I mean, it depends on what liquid you're using. We like to use the word viscosity is very high. Sometimes, you know, we got the big viscosity. Super thick. But that's how that works. You got it? Nice, nice. Alright, we're good. Alright, so everyone's banned from going inside. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. We're gonna remove these 2 tiles, this pump, and the power line. So we are gonna allow 1 dupe inside, and he's gonna be wearing the suit. So we're gonna be looking at our strongest builder, whose name is D Mayor. Wait, what? Aren't you the rancher? Dude, man, go pee, dude. What are you doing? Nah, whatever's. Dude, We have one builder. He's struggling. I mean, I guess it is what it is. We need a build supplier at some point. So D-Mayor, once he makes up, we'll do the rest of the jobs first. Have them sweep, grab the stuff, and then we'll make D-Mayor finish it off. We need to turn on the setup here, actually. Overgrowth. Okay, let's reject. That was only 150 grams. I see you over there. Now, removing the pea water. I guess we could run the automation line out. Get that on that side. All made out of nickel. That's fair. Alright, so construction priority. It's a new day. Let's give D-Mayor his suit. Let's go, D-Mayor. Alright, we have to micro him. Alright, you're gonna be going down here. D-Mayor has access going in. Where you at, D-Mayor? Did he get stuck? Oh, he's just a little slow. Alright, now that he's in, he's gonna be able to go in, deconstruct, do all the build stuff. While we do that, I do need this running. Resin. What? No power. Oh, no. We need to turn off some O2 pumps. I need to get some plastic, man. Wait. Oh, you're building the pipes. What a stud. Alright, I want you to pick these items up and drop it off. And then once we get plastic... Oh my god, I actually need that. We need him to build the vent. Alright, so it looks like he's free. Let's let you out, D-Mayor. You're not allowed back in. Alright, suit's off. Nice. D-Mayor is the only man for the job. Alright, so we will have to mop this. Get our stick of plastic. It's gonna be nice. Alright, speed this up. Still waiting for the build. They're taking their time. I'm in. 30 kgs. Oh, I need 50 for this? What a travesty. We don't have enough or fine. No, we have iron. Okay, it's just red because it's supposed to be, because we're missing one item. That's fine. We do need bottle emptiers here. We know we will. This is gonna be more water soon. At some point, we're gonna have to pump up the seal too as well. Alright, so this is back on. Brine, enable auto bottle. 87, 51. So the body of brine right here, because we do have a liquid bubble here. That's low mass, so the temperature difference can't really be justified. 50 degrees, 40 degrees, that's pretty fair. So we're going to be moving more of the cold brine. And then 152, the steam is condensing. Let's go. We're getting to the point where this is no longer going to be a threat. It's not going to leak out and cause problems. And then we potentially get the plastic for this. That's going to be so nice. Alright, mop it up, boys. 90 kgs plastic. I'm in. Alright, so we wait for the new day. I don't want D-Mayor to be like, I gotta pee, and then stop working. So we let them do their thing. Is there anything else I need to do right now? Don't really want to do the emulsifier. We want to get 300 kilograms of plastic so that we can build the steam turbine. 200, okay. We're almost there. We're gonna need more iron, more nickel. I'll probably want to put 30 on here. Research, I guess we could chill out with that. At least for now. I think we're good on tech. Reconnect this so that we could still do the rock crushing. And then we don't have the research being pulled out. Okay. Alright, waiting for the day to end. Cool. Let's put the electrolyzers in. We're going to do a submerged set. We're probably going to use salt water and water for our 2 liquid layers. Perfectly fine. Food is good. No research. We chilling for now. Some point we'll get toilets. We will. And then we need to get biodiesel so we can do a liquid lock. Once that's ready. And then we'll be able to do this. Oh, that's going to be so good. Let's get this ready because we know we're going to need this. We're going to have to vacuum this room anyways. After we get the liquid locks, we're just going to get that ready. The rad bolt gen isn't on, so we just use the power line from the peat burners. It's good. The emulsifier also makes salt water if you run out. I mean, I guess add a little bit of salt to the waters to ranch the pacus. That's pretty fair. Oh, they woke up? Oh, they're sleeping still. D-Mayor, man. Rest early. You had a big day tomorrow. This guy carbo loaded. He's at 2,900 and he's considered hungry. That's so weird. Once he wakes up, he's putting the suit on. And then he's allowed in again. D-Mayor, D-Mayor. Oh no, he's grabbing the resource. He knows what it is. He knows what it is. That's true. We could save the phosphorus. You know what? It's cooling my map, though. And that's technically fighting the heat. So, you know, that's not that bad. You like the saltwater recipe? Really? I mean, it has its use. I just don't really see the merit. Alright, let's remove a little bit of the unbreathability here. Alright, I want to make sure none of the pipes are connected. All polluted oxygen. Alright, so you go to here. We're going to lock the doors again. Alright, suits down. Let's go. Alright, so this point, we do the dig there. Get that done so this bubble comes out. This freaking 4,000 kgs. No one's in. Okay, do the dig. Nice, it's combined. Alright, for now, we can just take this off. There we go. Polluted oxygen. Pump and filter. So we want to pressurize this room. Remember we were talking about playing on a tiny map and choosing the best 3 geysers? The consensus was saltwater geysers were one of the 3. Yeah. Just because of the fact that salt gives you sand. And it's kind of nice. Right? Because you need that to filter. At some point you run out of sand for pea water. So cool salt slush would be pretty good. Assuming you could warm it up, though. Alright. Wait, we pumped up all that polluted oxygen and we barely got any pressure here? Wait, hold up. Is that real? Yo, we barely got pressure, dude. It's only 400 grams. I guess we didn't really have that much polluted oxygen. What about in here? 11 kgs. What's the room size? 14. That's gonna add like 1,000. Damn, we really gotta utilize this single bubble. Yeah, it's not a lot though. It's not a lot. We have a lot just floating around. Alright, we might have to pump from like this area. Which is kind of weird. We don't have like a good spot that we could just pump polluted oxygen into. Do I have deodorizers? I do not. So everything here is kind of, yeah. Feels weird, man. All right, we're gonna do pump down here. Gonna be weird. Wait. I have pea dirt, right? Sublimation station. Yeah, I'm in. Let's go, boys. Dude, does the mini base mod work anymore? Yo, man. I need to know. We get pea dirt from here. Oh, they might have to carry it all the way around, though. Yeah, I guess that's fair. And then we just generate the polluted oxygen from there. All right, speed that up. So this gas at the bottom can't get up top. We need to pressurize this room so it doesn't evaporate and randomly break when we're not looking. Still building the SPOM, so it's fair. We have enough plastic now. Yeah, so we are good. We're gonna cut the pipe so it just can't turn on anymore. So it's just the oxygen diffuser's running. That's not bad. So now we're going to plug in the emulsifier. We're going to be running biodiesel, bleachstone, phyto oil, which we have. And then we're going to do 50, 20. Bump this up to a 7. We're going to start getting chlorine everywhere because of the bleachstone moving out. We'll get that in the bottle filler, and then we're going to want to dump that there. If they ever make a new one, they should allow you to choose the new biomes and mix. And then Demolior. Wouldn't that just wipe out the planet? It would be so weird. It's a forced wipe. Because it's like, dude, that's the size of mini base. That would be full wipe, dude. That would be kind of impressive. This only if we got the pea dirt here. That's what we need. I guess the oxygen is like scarce because once we get it done, there's not going to be oxygen anymore. You have to shoot it down, yeah. All right, now we're generating polluted oxygen in mass. So I should, yeah, big bubbles, big bubbles. Let's go. New challenge run, build only in the meteor space. Wait, but the problem with that is you have to conquer the meteor space first. I don't know if that works out. What do you do before the meteor? What do you do after? Like, it could potentially be a challenge, but I feel like you have to work it out. Food poisoning doesn't matter too much. The updated mini map? That's nice if they did. Is this discovered? Yes, it is. Let's go. We're gonna have to look at that. All right, so we let this pressurize. It doesn't really matter how high we let that go. Should be fine. We're gonna want to do the biodiesel right now. This shouldn't be turning on. We have enough plastic. Good, good, good. All right, so research. We have aqua tuner. The salinator will probably want. The data banks probably as well. All right, so we'll probably want to grab the salinator. Okay, biodiesel is done. We're gonna need that here. Actually, just make him grab the bottle that's already there. And then we want this pump to be done. This is gonna be vacuuming this spot. Shouldn't be too bad. All right, we're gonna have to watch this. Come on, Nails. Don't you dare release polluted oxygen in here. 147, 145. This is good. Let's move out the biodiesel. We're gonna need to build a tile here. Let's go. I went the Demolior and Frosty Planet pack so you could let it hit and have an ocean planet. Yo, man. It would actually work out not that bad. That might bop a lot of your nectar plants though, right? That might be the only thing. You lose a lot of those. That's probably fine though, to be honest. All right, we're trying to do a drop lock. Easiest way to do it, do a spill, build it up, and then remove the middle tile. So we're gonna have the Triforce, right? And then a vacuum in the middle. This is ready. We're gonna cut the bottom line now. Dude, 8 kgs. Yeah, rip the bonbons, man. All right, schedule. It's about to be end of day. We're gonna let them do their thing. We need to finish removing all the bad gas in here. And then once we do that, we could open this. We're gonna have to leave this tile and then mop up the water and then move out the stuff. Once we can, we will want to sweep it out. Decon that tile so we could start. What's going on, Major English? Yeah, man, you gotta get used to the disconnect tool. It's something that if you played with the pliers mod, it's kind of like, you know what you need to do. It's inherent. But if you don't, yeah, it can be a problem. What's going on, Major English? Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in, man. What's good? So far, so good. I want to move down the pitcher pump so we get more access to more water. It's going to be morning time, so that's going to be D-Mayor. D-Mayor, where you at? Algae, I'm taking that. Still learning. You built the Rodriguez, nice. You kept messing up the plumbing, but it works now. Good stuff. I see you over there, man. I could actually say that while I've played this game, I've never built or used a Rodriguez. I didn't know about the Rodriguez design. So I ended up making my own SPOM. And I would use that for all of my early game, like learning the game. And then eventually we learned about the submerged setup, and then that kind of just replaced everything, right? Alright, we're gonna get rid of the stuff here. All this stuff needs to be dumped out. First thing I made was a Hydra, and then that was it. Yeah, that fits. That works really well. Timo, you're gonna make this guy stuck. Let's not do that. Okay, D-Mayor's allowed to leave. No, you're gonna make yourself stuck. Get out, dude. Get out, get out. Now the doors are fully locked. And now we could remove the setup. Alright, let's move you to here. Suit's gone. You're no longer allowed inside. So we have to pressurize 9 kgs. So we shouldn't have off-gassing happen anymore. Should be good. We're going to lower tiles to there. I used your hydrogen vent cooler chlorine room. Tip's super helpful. Appreciate you. I'm going to go Hydra next round. I never made a spawn before. I see you, man. All I gotta say is Hydra is game-changing. It really is. Once you build it, man, it's like, wow. That easy, huh? I'm not even kidding, man. Once you get it, you're like, wow, that's nice. It's one of those builds that is like, it emphasizes the difference between a... So, you know, because I play Path of Exile, it's a good example between a homebrew design and a meta design. It's like the best way to describe it. There's a big difference. It really is. This is still going down. 147. It's cooling, boys. The world's healing. Alright, speed this up. SPOM's gonna get there eventually. We're not too worried. We have 29 tons of algae still, and we're very breathable. So I have no real worries there. Just a little bit of gas control on the side we might have to do. We will eventually need this. Just so that we could vacuum the room once we are ready for that. We'll likely want to move down the pitcher pump. And then food is fine. I don't know if we have any tough meat yet, but once we do it... Oh, yeah, we do. Oh, a dartle died. So we didn't get enough meat for a recipe. Feels bad. Alright, we're gonna want that there. What's going on, Ball? Welcome in. Smoker's a lot of heat, man. Shout out to the Weeze Wars helping us out. Alright, SPOM's gonna be soon. We're gonna have to send a dupe back in to build the pump later. But we'll be fine. We'll just have to get a suit for it. Research is done. Let's get CO2 into this pipe. Okay, so now... what do we want to do? Vacuum's in. Okay, so this is good. Pull this. Get the decon here. And then we're going to want to deconstruct that. Should be good. Let's get rid of this. It's time to fit in the natty gas. Oh, don't I need steel for this? 150. Oh, crap. I might have to, yeah. Alright, let's get rid of this. Man, how do we want to do it? I mean, I got an idea, and I guess we'll have to do it like that. And it should be here then that we do it. So... this works. Let's put more automation on here. We'll get a third peak generator. We're gonna upgrade the wire here. And then once we get it, we could do the setup. Use the new material. Nah, I can't go outside yet. Yeah, we can't go outside yet. As much as I would love to use iridium, I know that's a bad idea. Alright, this is open. We're now moving out the items. I guess we need to move out some of the pipes right here. And then we're going to have to mop up the water. So this is still pressurized, meaning that the dupes won't get cooked because it's not going to get hotter than this. That's fine. So as long as the toilets keep working, we'll be fine. Good stuff, good stuff. 48, 47. Oh yeah, we gotta analyze it. You're right. Gotta bump that up. Oh yeah, I forgot. Joint plate. We eventually have to do that anyways. Seal this, seal that. Almost ready. Should be good. All right, so this is okay. We do want that. We'll have to sweep everything out afterwards. We have a vacuum lock. Sweep out. Dupes sleeping. I guess we could deliver the soup, but it's not necessary yet. This is a planetoid for ants. Some people have said that it's an ant colony simulator. It's only if you... like, I don't know, man. As much as I've heard people say that, it's not really something that I, like, immediately think of. Dude, he still hasn't eaten. I'm not getting my feathers. I hate digging up abyssalite, so mine actually looks like an ant farm. I see you, I see you. I try to leave it as I can. But yeah, at the beginning, man, you could only do so much. Popped eardrums, rubbing their eyes. We're gonna get a little bit of stress. They're slipping on the biodiesel. Maybe just feed it. We could. We do have a little bit of the foods. Come on, you got it. Nah, you failed. No, I mean, this planetoid seems tiny. Nah, man. I just don't have the map explored. You gotta understand, I'm Psycho 89, dude. Not only do we not have a lot of the map explored, we can't do much because of the heat problems we have everywhere. And we only have 2 suits, so it's like travel is very minimal. Yeah. It's not. This is a huge map, man. Huge map. We just can't do too much yet because we don't have the means of traveling, dealing with the temperature or the problems. Okay, so one of the things we have now is plastic, and that means we potentially could use the heat right here to generate power. Now, the only issue is we need a way to cool down the steam turbine. Man. Realistically, I want to use the cold water. You would think the magma biome seemed close. Oh, no, yeah, we have something called volcanic activity, which means we get little chunks of magma like this just throughout the map. It's quote-unquote fun. Fun times. Alright, technically I need this built before everything else. And then doing the walls makes sense. Afterwards, we could start setting up the liquids inside and then the liquid lock. Alright, so this is... cut that in the middle. We get the new peat burner right there. Now, this is gonna be jank. We are no longer gonna do that. No longer do this. Okay. And then it would make the most sense here, I think. Dump the water in like that. And that means we pitcher pump the bottom. That should work out. Ideally, I want to start using the water right here. Maybe because of that, we don't do that. Start getting this dug out. We could pitcher pump the inside. This is cold water, too. You know what? That's probably what we do. Do that. Try to dig out as much of this as we can. This water is weird. Look at that. It looks like something's looking at me. Sketchy, dude. Alright, we're gonna let everything go. Let them do its thing. People are sleeping. The water's running low. That's where we might want to start trimming this. And then I think the play is to build tiles here. After we dig it out, so the water pushes up and over. And then we'll have water still. What's going on, Shianobi? Welcome in, welcome in. This is starting to get warm. This is still cold, which is I'm kind of impressed by. Oh yeah, and this is gonna need power. That all works out. Okay, okay. So we know that cooling down any one of these hot magma biomes is just gonna be... like, it's gonna take a while for us to actually be able to do that. I do think this is gonna be the first one we tackle. Or maybe this one. I'm not actually sure yet. Tackling this makes a lot of sense, though. I will say. Open magma. Though it is hot. No, I think we do this one. Just because we don't have to worry about fresh magma bopping us. Because I think we're going to be using iron, right? So we don't have steel yet. Yeah. And then another thing we're going to want is we need the kiln. We're going to need to make some refined carbon. All right, so since this is opened, it's nice now. Can we build this? No, you have to go in from the inside. That's fine. Let's open this up. We're going to want pitcher pump here. And then we're going to get the pea water that we could dump inside to here. And then we're going to use that pea water and sieve it. And then we're going to use that for the metal refinery. And then after we use it, we're going to have a little bit of water. Because it's going to be pre-filtered. So that we could get the SPOM jump started. Yeah. It's looking good, looking good. Okay, this is built, so we want tiles here. Waiting for the ice to melt, we'll leave the tiles as is. If this melts eventually, we're gonna be in great shape. Another thing that I'm considering is trimming some of the abyssalite so that the cold abyssalite has a little bit of heat transfer. Or we just leave this open like that and it's kind of fine. Let's bump that up. Let's bump this up as well. Oh, this is ready. So we need this for steel. Just do like 10 of these. We're going to be using peat instead of coal. Once our calories jump below 100k, we're going to start cooking some more veggie poppers. But yeah, as of right now, man, looks like our food's good. We don't need to run the smoker. Still building this out. A little bit of breathability, but this is fine. So the pitcher pump, this pea water is going to be how we empty that out. I guess we could pump with the CO2 right here. Just to remove as much as we can. And then it's going to be CO2 in this area. So we go down this way so far. I guess that's fine. Can't really do too much about that. Mine out the uranium. This is nice and cold though, so I want to avoid doing that. At least not yet. And then... man. It would be like right here. Where I want a ladder coming down. I feel like that's not bad. So I guess we do something like this. And then once we have that, we have ladder access. CO2 accumulated here can be pumped out. We'll eventually need to go down this way anyways. New printables. Pip eggs, let's go. The little pip babies. Okay, so... Come on, man. One day he's gonna be elderly and he's gonna get the dub. Best tips in the business. Only way to do it. Okay. I'm still unsure how I want to convert the obsidian into power. I feel like I have a good idea. I just don't know if it actually is. Yeah, at least they get to grow every day instead of having to get lucky with the hunt. I mean, they have a lot they need to do. We're still sweeping, we're still building. So it's not like we need to get them a job. Man, what is the build that I want to use? I think in every case, the problem is going to be cooling down the steam turbine. I don't think I want the aqua tuner for this setup then. Which means using cold water, or in our case, brine ice. Right? That makes a lot of sense to use that. It makes a lot of sense to use that, but it's, I guess we don't want this. I mean, it's 2 volcanoes right there, though. We could convert it into a full-time design. I think for now, though, we need to kind of just strip as much heat as we can from the setup. And I think a temporary build makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I guess that means we do the aqua tuner. So I guess that means we want more plastic. 390. We need to get, oh, just like, yeah, it's only 200. Okay, that's actually really nice. Let's cut the emulsifier. Just get a little bit more plastic being made. We have to do 2 steam turbines. I think that means we have to do something like that. And then we take the lip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we get the steam turbine inside. Right? This probably doesn't matter that we have it cooling and exposed to the map. But I do want this setup, so we're gonna have to dig this out. Hey, Commodore, coming in with the tier 2, coming in extra strong. I see you over there, Commodore. Thank you so much for the 13 months. I see you over there, man. Yo, man, everyone's Monday. I mean, it's a Monday, dude. You know how it is with the Mondays. The work piles up on the weekend, and then your boss makes you do all the work on Monday. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. But yo, man, welcome in, Commodore. Hopefully your Monday was awesome. Thank you much for the support. And of course, yo, man, I see you over there. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoy your stay. Enjoy the emote that's ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub ad. We appreciate you. Thank you for the support. All right, no tile for now. We're going to want to build a ladder out. And then we're going to want to build that. that. So we're gonna do a 2x5 for the ST setup. We're gonna run an aqua tuner, self-cooling, and then it's gonna cool both at the same time. All right, I might want to not do that because I might want to do something like this. I could see us doing something where this ends up being a vacuum and we do a vacuum liquid lock inside. Yeah, that works. And it's not that we need this to be temperature controlled, it's more so that we just need this to be a vacuum. The problem with that is I would want suits for this. Hey, I see you, Timo. I see you over there. There's a good chance we do a weird setup here, which I'm probably fine with. For now, at least. Yo, man, all I gotta say is don't get fired. That's the only thing I say, man. Don't get fired. Zero Dragon, what's good? Ghost Rider, I see you. Oh! The Dartle could sneak in and then bop the trap. Didn't think about this. You know how it is. I see you, Zero Dragon. Yo, man. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Really do be like that, though, sometimes, man. You just hate to see it. Alright, we gotta wait for the dupes. Building everything out. I think this is priority. Oh, this is pumping too much. Yeah, we're removing oxygen. That's bad. And this is filling up almost all the way. I may want to do a manual filter here. I don't have the tech. We'll grab that real fast. Should be good. Should be good. Good stuff. Good stuff. So since this is a priority, the dupes are working. They don't get stuck. This is actually not bad. Probably want to move some stuff out to here, though. So no rush on the SPOM. I'll finish the wires before we do the next step. And then we also need to do the pipelines. Nice, nice. Oh, we're no longer grabbing bottles. That's fair. Water is staying 15 degrees. Not bad. Top's a lot colder than the bottom. And then all we got to do is start adding some insulated tiles so that the energy doesn't leak out. And thermal temperatures. We'll put a liquid bottle emptier, but we're not going to do anything yet. I think that might end up being biodiesel, if not salt water. Weather for Honolulu. You guys in Hawaii. Nice part. It's hot over there, though. It's the only thing that sucks. It's mad hot. I probably want this tile there. Get that over this, which is fine. Oh, and we have 540. All right, so we're going to stop the plastic. The phyto oil is good. We have enough biodiesel that I don't think I'm worried too much at. It was warm but awesome for swimming in the ocean. Yo, man, I would be scared to go into the ocean in Hawaii. Dead ass, man, that sound like a trap. You know what I'm saying? Like one bad wave current pull, dude, and it's all over. It doesn't help that I don't know how to swim. That's another thing. I don't know how to swim, man. That's gonna be a bad time for me. How hot did the demolior make your insulated tile when it dropped? It didn't make it hot at all. So you could see that there's some spots that didn't change in temperature. Some spots that did. The spots that did have a change in temperature usually had a debris item on top. So immediately, the temperature did not change. It slowly crept up, though. There's oxygen here. There's items here. For some reason, the iron didn't do any heat transfer. And then the items here, they're especially hot. The gas here makes it especially hot. But whatever reason, the sand is cool. It's really weird. Initially, it was about like 1100, which was hot enough to melt the shale. Because I'm using shale here. The thing is that insulated properties, I knew were going to delay it at least 100 cycles. Like, the speed of which temperature transfer happens with insulated tiles and anything hot, it's slow enough that I would be able to buy time. So what I did was I made my first layer 5 tiles above, so that I could add a second layer after it hits. And that's exactly what we did. So far, it's holding up. But yeah, it initially was at like 1100 down here. We had like visible magma in some of the spots. Well, the magma is up here, right? I'm gonna do the achievement. We're probably gonna keep going. And I think our goal is gonna be doing the tear. That's gonna be our actual goal. So I'm going to want to try to explore as much of the map as we can. We're going to try to save as much of the biomes as we can. And then we're going to try to go to the tear. So that means we're going to want to stabilize the base, be able to make it to space, which is going to be fun. And then the big thing is probably dealing with the meteorite later. That's going to be a mission, as the kids say. Yeah, this is probably okay with shale, but I probably want to change that up later. Maybe I should change this up while I can. Just because it's technically going to be a hot zone. Whoa, Higby. Oh, you're the guy doing the geyser analysis. No, he's the guy hauling and slipping all day. I feel bad for this guy, man. This guy is constantly getting stressed. Dude, can we build this so we could stop this guy from getting wrecked? We're making an old man do all the hauling. Oh, you're banned, dude. Alright, you're no longer doing this, so the stress should stop accumulating. What's your stress reaction? Banshee whale. That kind of sucks. We still want to sweep the items, though, so we gotta wait. Yeah, that's true. That would have slowed him down. He might have died. That is true. That is true. right, so we know we want to vacuum this room eventually. I guess this does work for what we want this to be. Alright, that's fine to dig. Yeah, we have to lock them in a room. I don't want him to get... I mean, technically it's better if we stress him out so he drops back down to 60%. But I think we could try to just beat this. Okay, is there anything here I need tech-wise? No, pretty good. Let's grab the databank stuff. Okay, we would want to do that. Both of these. And then we got to finish the wall. How much of the space volcanoes have to be covered with their back tiles not to lose materials? Wait. How much of the space volcanoes have to be covered with back tiles to not lose materials? So you're talking about a volcano in space. So first things first, this is a 3x3. Everything spawns in the center, right? And then once it spawns here, it's going to fall down. And then it's going to have a natural spread. So you know the T shape from Tetris? At minimal, you need that. From that point, you're probably going to need at least 1 to 2 tiles. So you can pump it or whatever it is that you're doing with it. But yeah, it spawns airborne. And then it falls down and then it spreads. So you got to make sure you get the right setup though, because these volcanoes are on 3 neutronium. In most cases, they're going to be left side oriented and the right tile is always going to be free, so you can build tiles on it. But there are some off one time cases where you might get a 5 wide neutronium. That's usually at the bottom of the map though, in the magma biome. But yeah, that shouldn't be too common. We could do this now. Canister filler. There we go. And then we're gonna do canister drainer. CO2 chlorine. What else do we have in here? I guess polluted oxygen. I kind of don't want to dump that there, though. It's probably fine. So we're just doing a dump to dump it in the infinite pressure. That's all it is. Oh, we still didn't build this. Feels bad. We want the brines. My water is starting to heat up here. Not 85. It's going down. Not bad. So to prevent these dartles from becoming problems, I'm starting to add doors here. Right? We're going to start needing to add those. We have one here already. Just so that they don't cause problems. I kind of need to do this, right? We want that powered. We're going to start upping this to a priority 9 on at least one of them. So we could start moving pea water around, accumulating it for the steel. We never made... What? Refined carbon? Did we not ever actually... No, we have it. Wait, what? Oh. It's not this. It's lime. There we go. Oh yeah, we need lime. Forgot about that. Forgot. We want to replace those if we can. We'll do that one last. I want to dig this, get rid of the ladder. Let's get the construction here to a 7. Bump this to a 7. Bump these to a 7. This I kind of want to do as well. Same with these two. All right, water got pushed out, so we get more cold brine. I'm not going to forcefully melt this. Oh, you know what we could do? Once all the brine here is done, like we pump it out, we could try to take the warm water here and spill it on top of the ice to melt it. Super mean, but it would work, right? And then we would cool down the water again. We should try to use brine for that. Basically put a pitcher pump here for the brine. Oh yeah, I could see how we do that. Basically pump up all the brine water from here so that it's in here. And then dump the warm brine back down and then pump it back out. Use the kiln on the ice. Oh, that's another idea, yeah. True. Got some ideas, man. I see you guys over there. Alright, so getting the water, food poisoning, and then we're going to be able to make a little bit of steel. Alright, we'll do at least one. Pause, connect, disconnect that so we don't overload the wire. We're not doing the material study terminal tech anyway, so it's fine. Yeah, cycling the water, right? So we're just using the energy that's already inside of the brine ice tile. And then that way you don't mix the water up, right? So it's the same water that comes down at the end. Dude, you're still struggling. Dude, you are gonna die, dude, of starvation. He really is. Let's grab battery. Let's go for that first. Adding cold brine, dude, -6. It's cooling it down. It's cooling it down. 139. Wow. We dumped that by a lot of temperatures today. This is going to be a weird spot. We're going to put suits here. Hand the guy some meat. No, he's going to learn to hunt, dude. He's going to learn to hunt today. It's going to have to. Mamba, what's wrong, baby? I hear you. Can we mop this up? This is a little too much water for my liking. What's going on, Sand Raids? You see the peat burner patch? Pea water before is at least 110, now it's at 40. Oh, I didn't know. My peat's been chilling right here. I didn't see the patch. I didn't even know of the peat water coming out hot. That's news to me, man. Mamba, what's wrong? Mamba's looking at me because I spoil him, and he wants something from me right now. I could tell, and it's because I spoil him, dude. God damn it! Why do we as humans love to spoil our pets? Oh, he's getting in. There he is. He's moving around. Look at the camera, baby. You cutie pie. Mom's an all-black Scottish fold. I feel like if I ever get any more cats, they're all gonna be black cats. Because black cats get a bad rap for no reason. So we gotta save the babies. Y'all know how it is. Gotta save the babies. Big yawn, wiping his face. But yeah. He was doing his, what do you call that unique meow that cats have for their owners? I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that gets that. But there's like a different meow that Mamba does when he's talking to me. And you know what I mean talking, he's like, you know, talking. I don't know what you call that. Oh, could we do 2, 3 levels here instead? That might work. I kind of like that idea. And then we would have to do a 2x below. Yeah, that does work. Our black cat has different greetings for me versus my spouse. I believe cats only ever pick one, like, parent. Something like that. Curacito, I see you over there. But it's like, how do I describe this? They have one person they designate as kind of like their owner, their pet. Even when they're in like a family. Like, you know, you and your spouse, right? They would only pick one of you guys as the like proper owner. The other person is kind of like the mistress. Is like how they probably view that, man. Let's be honest. They look at you, they're like, okay, man, this is, you know, this is my parent. And then who's that other person? They don't have the concept of like marriage, right? So they're like, oh man, that's the mistress, dude. I have to share this guy with her. I can't believe this. And it'd be like that sometimes. The others use body language to talk to us, so I don't know if they have different greetings. Yeah, Mamba does that weird meow. I don't know if you want to call it weird. I just don't know what to call it. It's like a more higher pitched, a little bit more of his character is showing when he talks. But yeah, Mamba does that when he really wants my attention. Alright, so this is almost going to be ready. We will need steel for the AQ. We need to get steel for the natty gas. It's like when humans talk to babies, we use a softer, higher pitched voice. Wait, does that mean cats think we are babies? Hold up. My cat thinks I'm a baby? Our Siamese is close to both of us and has different relationships with each of us. We feel like we are his favorite, so neither of us is a Mr. Oh, I see you. Hey, no biting the feet. What are you doing? I don't like it when Mamba bites his feet. So we're gonna watch over him. And if he reaches his lower beans, he's licking his lips. Don't you dare. Oh, he knows, he knows. Okay. He's either very sneakily trying to not let me see him biting his feet, or he's napping now, which is okay. I think they decided that elephants see us like puppies, so it's kind of like babies. Huh. Is that a, like, So I was reading something that even amongst the animals, right, they have reactions to babies. Like, they know when they're fighting a baby versus fighting a human, so to speak. Right? And it's like they know the difference. What I'm curious of is it a thing where they see us as a baby? Or is it that they're trying to act cute? Right? It's basically, do they look at themselves as cute, or do they look at us as cute and they're trying to interact with us, right? I wonder which one it is. Mamba is pretty good with keeping his dirt face as dirt face. All right, we could do the mop here, and then we're gonna do the other sweep soon. We're gonna want this high priority. Okay, so we probably get rid of this because of how this is gonna have to work, and then we're gonna put the steam turbine in. Asian elephants have funeral rites and burial sites. Yo, man, elephants are smart. Elephants are mad smart, yo. What do they call that? Have the memory of an elephant? How does that work? How do they know that elephants have good memory? Oxygen. All right, so CO2, chlorine, canister emptier. We're just gonna put that here, and we're just gonna put oxygen on it and release it. They have elephant graveyards. So do the elephants visit every year and they know where to go? Like, they don't need a map? Okay, we want that there. Automation is Atmos sensor. We're gonna use nickel for that. And then yellow wire. And I think we just keep it easy, right? So, bam, bam, bam. And I think I will use regular wire here. Just go up like that. There's a story about an elephant recognizing a human after a few decades. They have good memory. I mean, have you guys seen that video? This dude raised a lion, right? And then like 10 years later, he comes back. Not only do they find the lion, but the lion finds a mate. And the lion shows them his mate. And they kind of like interact. Have you guys seen that video? That was like one of the earliest YouTube videos, I feel like. One of the super early ones. Like, couldn't you argue based off of that it's like, well, lions have good memory too? Mamba's just licking himself, man. He's going to town. We technically want to try to build this out first. Oh, and they used up all the water instead of grabbing it from there. That's fair. We could dig that, dig this. Cat video era YouTube, yeah, man. Big cat, though. Big cat. It's very likely we want the door here. All right, so we want more. We'll make as much as we can. Autosave lag. Gold amalgam. All right, so we need fossil and lime. So that's going to be here, right? Unreachable. Oh, travesty. So we need the tile there. And then the ladder there. I guess we do it like that for this fossil fragment. And then we need masterwork skill. My decorator is Higby. Oh my god, he's not supposed to be the decorator. Raven crossfade. Master decorator, going to art school. Talking about lions and elephants, does anyone know the story of the crocodile in India? Is that the crocodile that... Yeah, I don't know, actually. I don't know at all, man. I was gonna say something like, I think there was a infamous crocodile that was like he was not a regular crocodile, he was oversized, kind of like a giant crocodile, and he roamed the area, kind of like, you know, it was his territory. I don't know if that's him though. Might be something else. All right, so we're missing some lime. We need some fossil. Over here, I guess. Is there any more? Try to go into there for a little bit of fossil fragments. Grab the two. Might as well grab this one. And then Raven crossfade. Allowed to decorate. All right, let's do that. Let's take all this stuff. Bump this to a 7. We gotta move everything out. We gotta finish the build. But yeah, Avenir. Or Avena. Not familiar with that. Not familiar with that. Oh, did this guy go the wrong way? This guy is still gonna grow up big and strong. Oh, auto bottle needs to be enabled. Oops. CO2 is fine. Yeah, everything seems pretty good then. Ooh, the breathability, because the CO2 from here is spilling to the left. It was a vegetarian crocodile and it ate offerings of rice. That's impressive. I could see how that would be a thing where people might be like, oh man, that guy's a deity. I could see that. I could see that. All right, we're going to use salt water for this. We're going to try to fill this up as much as we can. That way, when we move anything hot out, even accidentally, it doesn't immediately boil. We are going to be draining a little bit of oxygen or whatever gas we have so we can make room for the smoker once we need to turn that on like now. Looks like our calories dip below 100k, so we need to start making some poppers. Once we get the liquid lock, we're going to vacuum the room. Try to move out the gas. These are going to be suit areas. My man still isn't eating. One day he will get it. Ah, he missed. How much longer till you become elderly, dude? This guy elderly? It's 13. Do we have an old Dartle anywhere? 31, 17, 27, 33. What about these guys? 35, 12. Dude. He is struggling. I don't think we could help him, though. We just kind of let it be. We'll just let him be, let him be. One day, he'll be able to eat properly. Yeah, we could. I just don't want to do that. Like, he just needs one good hunt. And then he gets enough scales for the feathers. And then we don't do anything with them anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just needs to get it once. But it's been like 30 cycles and he's failed every day of it. Feels bad, man. Oh, it's starting to spill. Okay. Yeah, we can't do anything about that. Let's turn this off. So at this point, we have to either dig in, which is probably not a bad idea. I probably do these tiles. That's gonna be a lot of water that gets exposed. Oh, and he missed again. You know what, man? I have faith in this guy. I really do. He's got it, man. They considered it a divine entity, guardian of the temple, passed away in 22. And then another year later, a baby crocodile came there. The lake outside, not connected to any outside water body. No one knows how another croc came there. I feel like a lot of times you get something like that, someone sneakily does something that no one knows about to kind of keep the tradition alive, so to speak. I feel like a lot of times that's what it is. Like someone just moved in a baby crocodile, hoping that if you feed it a diet of rice, it's going to become the same thing. Who knows, though? Who really knows? Oh, you failed again. I think there was like an article that came out, I think it was today, that was or it might have been old. They were talking about old Egyptian curses. And they were like, yeah, we realize that it's not a curse. It's just a fungal infection. We're like, wait, what? Apparently, like, there was like a lot of like, oh man, you're gonna get cursed by the Egyptians if you go into the pyramids. Turns out there's like some sort of fungus growing that's like kind of deadly. And they finally realized that that was the thing. And then what happened was that this fungus, his potential cancer fighting ability, so it's going to be like an important find or something like that. It's kind of interesting. All right, now we're going to be able to finally finish the natty gas storage. Good stuff, good stuff. So we are going to want probably in here. I think we're just going to dump it into the overworld with the pressure vent. That's how gods are made. I see you guys over there. That's actually the landing spot of the pyramids. Cthulhu's going to bring up the fact that the top of the pyramid is missing a small pyramid. Because the top of the pyramid should have this on top. But instead, the top of the pyramid's like this. And it's missing something. You know what? Okay, I see you, man. I'll see you over there. I guess we could do a little bit of Rad Bull. We're just gonna grab some med tech. Of course, again, we're gonna use the Peats. Cthulhu, man, I see you over there. What's good? How's the PoE 1 League? Is it still going on, man? Still doing the good stuff with that? Alright, it's probably gonna be SPOM time right now. Cycle 100! Wait. Do we have to make it to cycle 100 for the achievement? Or do we have to live 100 cycles after the meteor landing? I guess we'll find out. Level 98. Strongest minion build I've ever done. Hey, let's go. It's good to hear. Good to hear. Man, minion builds don't really work PoE 1. I mean, PoE 2. Feels bad, man. We got the achievement. Is that turn of the century? I guess I'll find out. And what is the one I'm looking for? Survive 100 cycles after the meteor collide. Okay, that's fair. All right, let's go. This is gonna be okay. The water in there for this. Steel. We're gonna want full liquid lock. Oh my god. Alright, this is working well. So I think we could do this dig now and then continue dropping off more brine. We're almost there, boys. 11 cycles. Cold brine on there. Spilling of the brine would be nice, though. Alright. And then all we gotta do is get more brine in here to keep it cool. This is at 135. At some point, the water is gonna recondense. It's gonna be nice. And then it's not gonna be that hot anymore. Soon, boys. Well, I don't think this is gonna be a problem. I might want a little bit of water here to stop the heat from becoming a thing. Dude, this guy sucks. God damn. This guy's really bad. Alright, so everything should be good. We could actually start pumping, but you know, I gotta separate the rooms first. So we're gonna have the infinite pressure box for natty gas to accumulate. That way we could have this start rolling. Activity 21 cycles. And then what we're gonna do is, this is a vacuum drop lock with biodiesel, so that's not gonna boil. Vaporization point is 180, and this is 150. So it's gonna work out pretty well. So we're gonna want that. We need to get steel for the aqua tuner, but we haven't even vacuumed this yet. So that's gonna be the next thing. And then we might want to go underneath the volcano with the insulator right there. It's gonna be looking good. All right, so I think we will want to focus on the SPOM as the algae is going down. So we get the seal, we let this pump, we let that do its thing. We'll wait till we get 1200 steel, because we're going to be at 400, so this is 8. I'll probably want to do 10, just because we're going to want more, most likely. And then we're just waiting to get more. Ooh. That means that we dug out the fossil. Nice. And we still have one more here. No more natural fossil. Unfortunately. I guess we should go for that. Because that allows us to start moving some of the oxygen from here. We have 165 kgs. 300. Yeah, we should be fine. All right. Hydrogen, a couple of random bubbles. I might want to go down here to grab it. Might want to try to grab this or that. Wouldn't be bad. All we need is a little bit H2, right? And if we could get that and pre-fill the room, golden. We'll be able to set up the SPOM soon. Set this up. Saltwater enable auto bottle. The pipeline, not pipeline, the joint plate's already in, so it should be fine. Should be able to pull salt water from here. We got to start setting up the layers. This is gonna be oxygen. Pike apple, I guess. There is H2 at the top. Yeah, there is. That is true. We do got some up there. All right, one full bottle, right? Copy, paste. And then we're gonna do water here. Let's go, let's go. We could pitcher pump the water. We could actually try to do something here as well. I think for that to work, we got to do something like this. So that we could just dig. Have the water spill out and combine with this so we don't have to do anything weird. I might actually want to dig this out. So that the logic is that the water in the top layer right here that we don't need to keep this overpressured could just spill out and we could use it. I feel like that just makes sense. 100, 100, copy, paste. Unselect, we're waiting for water. Mamba, what's going on, CC? The little babies is here. The little babies is here. What's good, the CC? I see you over there. How are you? My rancher's name is D Mayor. All right, so I think D Mayor needs access here. Yeah. And this works out, I think. Just had breakfast. Nice. What'd you get for breakfast? Guys, why is breakfast the best meal of the day? In terms of, like, I feel like all the good food items are at breakfast. Y'all know what I'm saying, man? It feels like breakfast has the best... I don't even know how to put it in words. Like, variety and choices when it comes to food. And it feels like that's across most cultures. It would be like breakfast, then dinner, then lunch. Oh, man. Gotta have your steak and eggs. You can't really beat that, man. Let me get 3 steaks and all the eggs you have. Son, calm down. I need you to look at me and listen to what I'm saying. All the eggs you guys have back there. That was a great episode, dude. And he just looks at the waiter. He's like, you know what? I'm going to do that 4th steak. And the entire time, there's a girl that's just oogling him. Like, oh my god, this guy ate so much. That was the most randomest thing, man. And then you had Rob, I think that's his name, right? The guy that makes the turkey burger. And he's like, what just happened? What is happening right now? I made olive oil toasts topped with avocado salad and sunny side up. Oh, that sounds bomb, dude. You know what would have been really good with that? Fried onions. That would have been top tier on top of that, man. I'm just saying. Deep fried onions on top of that? Oof. And then maybe some chopped tomatoes with jalapenos. I'd like the spice, though. Gilgamesh, welcome in. Maybe it's because of all the companies gravitating to the strong, lasting effects of Kello's advertisement company. Breakfast is the most important food of the day. No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that when you go across every culture, I feel like, maybe it's my preference, that the breakfast foods are the best foods. In a sense that I could eat breakfast for any meal of the day, and I would be happy with it. Like, I believe, like, bacon is really a breakfast food, right? But it's like the top of everyone's list. You could argue a lot of people are pancakes, waffles, right? Eggs as is, you know, sunny side up, scrambled, whatever the way you like it, is typically also a breakfast thing. Right? And I feel a lot of people like the eggs, a lot of people like the hash browns, home fries, you know? And then when you go across the other cultures, I believe if you eat Vietnamese food, pho, the soup noodle dish, is a breakfast item. You go to like China, do the dim sum, dude. Dim sum is delicious. Stuff like that, man. It just feels like breakfast is like so good. No matter where you go. The avocado salad had raw shallots, cherry tomatoes, and some black pepper. That sounds bomb, dude. Add some balsamic, eggplants. Ooh, I would have just drilled balsamic on top of that. Malaysian breakfast is a whole new dimension you need to explore. What's Malaysian breakfast? I feel like because I've had a lot of the Asian culture stuff, that I've probably had some sort of form of that already. Malay, Indian, Chinese dishes. Ah, I see. Is it... Man. How would I even describe it? Because it's like, I feel like a lot of the breakfast foods we have in America is super hearty. And I feel like that's the goal, right? Hearty meals. That way you keep going, you know, from the beginning of the day. Got the energy for that. Copy, paste. Uncheck. Deconstructs. Roti canai, nasi, lemak. Hey, mee goreng. Mee goreng is delicious. There we go. Bottle emptier. We're good. All right, this is about done. We just got to build out that. We need to do the wires. We should cut the wires so we can get this started. We need to do the... I think we'll try to use the peat burner for this. It should work out. That would be the ideal setup. We used to be agriculture driven, so breakfast was yesterday's. Oh, breakfast of yesteryears were really heavy. I see. I got the question wrong, but might have given an adjacent truth to the intent of the question. I see you. You're talking about why we look at the value of it. I'm looking at the food dishes. It's like, man, that stuff is just good. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Okay, so how do I want to do this? It's breaking the fast. I mean, when you're right, you're right. When you're right, you're right. You gotta break the fast. 1, 2, 3. We do light signal. And then I want to pause this part. Let's do cancel build like that. We have to run shut off check here. And that means it has to look like this. We have to run thermal check below that. And then we have to run automation wire here, run a pink line. Now the plumbing has to be a little weird, right? So this comes up like that. We have to probably run that like that. And then I think it ends up like that. I might want to run a res. That might be what might be really good. Filipino breakfast is the best. Fried egg, garlic rice, pork tocino. That sounds like breakfast. What the hell? Only 3 showers today. Let's go. What's going on, Cryowine? Let me know if you have any questions. We're just doing some automation because I don't want to run an aqua tuner on this. We're going to be running cold water from here to cool everything down. So how did I want to do this? I need to do it now because of how the piping works. So what that probably means then is, let's not do this. We might want to do a different pattern. Go in, go out, and then insulate here. And I think I want regular tile afterwards. And then it's like that. Yes, there we go. So when you have the radiant pipes already built out, so this is where we get a little bit lost. This should be fine. And then we want to go back to there. So this is going to be like this. Well, I guess not. We should do it the other way. Wait. Minor thing I want to do. How do I want to do this? So I need a pipeline for dimension, for flow direction. We have to go right. Ideally it's here. That doesn't work though. Oh, I see. We want to do this into that. There we go. So this goes in, and then it's like that, and this gets cut. Yeah, that looks like a grand travesty, but I think that has to be how we do it. Which means I adjust this. And I think the proper setup is back here like that. We could cancel this part. Run shale instead of igneous. We probably need to do that. We probably want to dig this so that we could get the pipeline built easier because this is locked. And then we have to pump out into that line. Alright, so that allows us to run this kind of freely. And then... yeah, we probably do the same thing, right? But I think what we do is we want to have a better reservoir setup. So for now, we'll do something like this, even though it's kind of jank. Oh, God. Okay. So construction... that's so gross. And then we have to do... let's just do a wheel setup for this. I mean, the power's right there. That shouldn't matter. I think we just do a weird setup. So we know the heavy watt comes out to here. We run a weird setup to here, basically. Run that across. Run that up and over. Alright, so this is ready. I kind of want to just store this, so we could do this now. Natty gas. Natty gas. Perfect. So now we get to control the natty gas, pump it out, allow this to be active. We're going to do above 1,000, so we keep a little bit inside. This is made out of steel. We're good. Power from the outside. Typical Malaysian restaurants in the West are run by the Chinese Malaysians, so they really mild things down. If you want the full authentic experience, you have to try finding a Malay-run Malay restaurant. Okay. That's tough, man. There's not a lot of those establishments over here. I mean, there probably is. I just have to look for it. But yeah, I can't say I've had authentic. I probably never have had authentic. Alright, so that means that when we get to this line... the bridge doesn't really matter. Maybe it... yeah, we could just do it like this then. And we should be fine. Let's get the 7s. Alright, so we were just waiting. Pump it up. Trying to build as much as we can. Breathability is really bad down here. Alright, SPOM time. This is gonna be ready. We are making steel, so we're gonna wait to pump. Okay, so we are going to cut that line so that the meta refinery isn't running. Run this way. And that's gonna allow the pump. And we need to vacuum this corner. There should be nothing inside off-gassing, so it should be okay. No! They put a dartle in here? Let's get a drop-off for the dartle. Dude. We need you to get lucky one time. Even a broken clock is right twice a day, right? Like, this guy has failed all stream. He has failed all stream. When is a Dartle considered elderly? Is it 45 and up? Come on, man. You're on camera, dude. I need you to get this one time. Dude, they should make an interaction where Rexes could eat 100% success rate if the critter's in a trap. That needs to be a mechanic, man. That's fine. Space doesn't matter. Oh, come on. I just need the scale growth. That's what I'm looking at. Oh, you guys can't tell. My scale growth is at 90%. So if I eat one Dartle, I get the feathers, and then I could wrangle them outside. That's all I need, man. I need the feathers. Dude, imagine if you could just put a critter trap here with Dartles. And then these guys get 100% success rate. That would be so nice. Cramped? Oh, he put an egg inside. No. I have to click on it like this. Relocate to here. There we go. 54. This is starting to get hot. Okay. I bet you we're out of brine on this side. Yep. Okay. So let's disable this. This is getting to the point where I think we need to do like a weird pitcher pump here. If we can, we could use the... Ah, man. I want this to be able to rotate left and right after building. Because it's like... That makes sense. It makes sense. Maybe it doesn't. I would like that, though. Because I gotta rotate this right now, man. That sucks. Alright, so we're gonna want to pitcher pump the brine out. This is already disabled, so it should be fine. Oh! Dude! Come on. Still vacuuming, still building. We're still waiting. That's fine. We want to cut this line. We're still vacuuming. We're waiting for lime still. I guess we have a little bit of fossil. I should try to look at that. 15 kgs. That's fine. We're not that high up. So we gotta wait for the build, wait for the build. Alright, we're done with research for now. We want all the labor working on the SPOM stuff. We have 20 tons of algae. A little bit more right there. Before we just run out. Part of me is thinking maybe we should crack into this. And that should allow the gases here to kind of slip down. Polluted oxygen slip up and the breathing is better. There's a world where that's a thing, man. They're gonna have to jump, but the gas flow is gonna be better. And then we just pump from here. Take the briar seeds. Build supply is the only thing we're looking for. Oh no, bro. CO2 pressure. Alright. So that's what happens when you don't have a layer of CO2 here. All right, meme strat. This works. If we build this as a vent line, we allow oxygen on the top. When this starts spreading around, it should spread around here. That might cause this CO2 to go up a level. And then if we get a layer of CO2 there, we're in great shape. Might get some temporary popped eardrums though. Gotta pump the bad gas. Oh, no space in the storage. Ooh, that's actually a travesty. We need to get that though. Brine auto bottle. Bump this up to a 7. So they're going to start pulling it from here. This is not going to be on because of the fact that, you know, this is going to loop. That's not going to do anything for us. 131 is cooling. And then the hydrogen there that we'll grab eventually. So the logic is we take the hot brine, I guess you call it hot, 50 Celsius, and drip it on the ice. That melts the ice so we don't lose any of it from digging. And then we get more here. And then we'll move it back. So I think eventually we're going to need, like, you know, some way to get to this side to melt this ice. We sleeping? Yeah, he is. Bert, let's go, Bert. You got this, buddy. Gotta rub his eyes. A lot of chlorine. Man, his build skill is slow. There we go. Alright, that's gonna release. It's gonna naturally spread around, causing the chlorine to move up. But the polluted oxygen, there we go. Nice. There it is. That's exactly what I wanted to see. So now the pipeline's empty. Hey, there we go. Look at that warm brine. We're trying to melt it, man. We really are. They're doing a pretty good job, though. And then once we're ready, we could disable this and then take this pump and, you know, turn it back on. The area is cold, man, so it works out. Right now, we are working on getting this in. We're missing a pump here. 7. I want to say this helped out, but there's barely any gas here now, so I don't actually know. Pipe's getting built, though. Still vacuum in here. There's nothing off-gassing, right? A random bubble polluted oxygen. Hopefully we're fine. So that's off. We're at 1,000. Wow, that almost had enough to spill over. Always lucky. Right at 1,000. Alright, so this part that we need to do is we got to do that. Unreachable build. We know that this comes from there. We could dig that to get the pipe in. And then we're going to need a power line. We probably just do a power line out this way. I do want to pull it inside, though, because it's going to look cleaner always. Could run it inside the walls, too, I guess. And then we could pre-build a lot of this. So the doors lock so they don't breathe in the polluted oxygen and then create a CO2 bubble that allows the polluted water to off-gas. That's what we're trying to avoid. So the liquid here, yep, 35 grams. That way it doesn't evaporate and we lose this, right? It's working well, it's working well. Milligrams. And lime is at 55. Once we get to 70, we would have enough. And get potentially our aqua tuner set up. Though that's only going to be one step of the puzzle. I actually want to have nothing else be built. Yeah, we can't have anything else be built while we do this. I should use manual airlock in both situations. Because we're going to want to control passageways. Actually, we don't need that yet. Eventually we will, I think. Nice. Nice mixed gas. Still didn't get melted. It lost 2 degrees. 16 after 17. And I will want this tile. Even though we're not in range. Yeah, we can't build it. Almost done, though. So we're going to need this built first. And I don't want anything else to be built. Because I don't want them accidentally going inside. And being like, yo, man, we need igneous. I'm going to just pull it from this room. You know what I'm saying? And then all hell breaks loose. So I want to make sure we're done building everything else before we accidentally grab the igneous rock. So something like this wouldn't be bad. The water from there, yeah. We need to start emptying out the water from here. The wads are doing pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. 800, nice. So this is automated off. Doing good, doing all right. Just one more, dude. Come on. Oh, man. Oh, missed. Does anyone know the percentages of this? Can someone tell me the odds? Can someone tell me the odds, man? What, like, it can't be like 5%, is it? I mean, I guess it could be 5% chance. And it missed again. Oh. Keeps forgiving him too. That's impressive. That's impressive. Maybe the room is too small. No, 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 no. What we're looking for is for him to eat so that he could regrow his feathers. That's all we need. So if he just eats him one time, we're golden. But he's failed every day of the week. You know what I'm saying, man? Like, that's all we need. We're not trying to ranch or tame anything here. Failed again. If there's a tame, elderly one, I'd probably try that. I don't want to tame them, though. Okay, nice. This is good. So now we could just have that spill like that. I don't want to do that, though. I want to put a feeder because we don't want to feed them long term. We just want to shear it one time. That's all we want. We don't want a long-term setup for this yet. Because I don't think we have a design for that yet. Maybe I should grab this guy with 100% scales. Soon. I hear you, Mamba. What's wrong? Big yawn. I see you, baby. Alright, most of this is done. We're gonna have to micro demayor again. It's fine, it's fine. We'll wait. I have faith. I believe in this guy. Water spillage is nice. I do think we go after this guy, though. I guess we also want this. This is going to be because we have to vacuum the room later. At 1,000 still. Oh, are they not? Oh, this isn't maxed out. That's why. I didn't have this at 200. Canisters, let it pop out. Dupes is sleeping. Demayor. All right. Demayor. Max priority. Alright, man, you know what you need to do. The only one allowed inside with the suit. He's got to supply everything. He's got to grab all the stuff. MGs. MCGs. We're getting there. Just need some metal ore. You could argue we want that as well. $20 tons. We have a lot of water. All right, we're good. We're actually good. All right, you don't have to wear the suit anymore. No bad gases inside. All right, so all we're doing now then is going to be setting up the insulated tiles here. So we could stop this from warming up. Good stuff, good stuff. One of these days, I'm gonna get it on camera, boys. Right here, right here. Oh, god damn it. Oh, finally, we got one of them to melt. Let's go. Let's bump this to a 7 as well. Melting the brine ice. Almost there, almost there. Look at that, 3 degrees of brine. And then eventually we'll have to move it back. This is getting warm. I'm starting to get worried that we're gonna have to move it back sooner than later. Dartle would take the pips. Almost done, almost done. Alright, just a couple of items, not too bad. This is almost done as well. So our goal right now will be SPOM. We have cooling on a technical sense that it's gonna be ready in there. And then all we really need to do is get the piping complete. After that, we gotta prime it, in which case we'll want to grab the hydrogen there. And then it looks like we won't be able to do any of the cooling stuff today. So we got plastic. We have the ability to do at least 2 steam turbines. I think I should be at 520. Oh, am I missing plastic from somewhere? Oh, no, bro. Oh, yeah, right here. Yeah. So we could deconstruct this after we're done. And then we'd be able to be over 500. Well, actually, that doesn't matter because it's only 200 per turbine, right? Yeah. So we're already golden. We're going to use one for a steel aqua tuner setup. And then we're going to take a second one to just use as raw power. I might actually just make more right now. It makes a lot of sense to get as many turbines as we can. So we'll try to do that. Power is on. We just need to have enough people running on it. No research, just rock crushing. Yeah, so realistically, we're just trying to stop the algae diffusers from running. No deep freezer. At some point, we probably will. But you'll probably want like a specific aqua tuner dedicated to that for the temperature range. In our case, I don't think that's worth sharing the line because it might ruin the food temperatures. Dude, man. Sometimes, you know, you gotta have your first son have his first successful hunt. And it's gonna be a huge boost of confidence, man. Right here, man. You got this. Oh, come on, dude. It will fare better with elderly or tame. We got some old dartles out there, man. 21. 4. He's about to be elderly. 40. Oh, this is done. All right, so it looks like I want... something like this. I think that works. And then something like that. Yeah. They do, man. But you don't have to say it like that, man. You don't have to bust their kneecaps. Like, come on, man. Just say, oh, they're trapped. You don't gotta bust no kneecaps, man. This guy's Zeric, man. I see you over there. Oh my god, it's finally ready. Temperature range is green signal if it's below 22. Otherwise, overflow. Okay. And then at this part, we do that, and then we replace that. Wait, no. I wanted to have this. Okay, so that means I'm still waiting on that. Give them full Rimworld peg legs. Yo, man, you got to do the double leg peg leg with the dentures. So the problem with that is during the raid, they can't speak to the homies. So they get a mood debuff and then they break mentally before the raid even starts. So they're slower and no one could understand them. It's so messed up, man. All right, 600. That's 3 steam turbines. Not bad. Yo, man, you gotta go full peg leg, dude. Always go full peg leg. Stop them, dude. That would be so good. You give them boots. That would be so funny. You give them little booties. And because of that, their paws no longer grab onto the sides of the walls. And they become effectively a hatch. And it would affect all wall climbing critters. That would be kind of cool. Give them little booties like that. Could be an idea. Alright, so I kind of want to run this because we have enough lime now. I guess it's also to empty out the pipes. Yeah, okay. So we got to cut this. We technically don't have the full vac. Though I think we could just run on it. Alright, so we want to just make the steel. Oh, ha. This has been pumping, hasn't it? Yep. All the oxygen's been getting removed. It'd be like that sometimes. Alright, so the water spill is good. The water's fine here. We got this setup. That there. Yeah, it's pretty good so far. Alright, so we get rid of this. They would be metal. I guess you could call them shackles. Or, you know what would be very funny? You just put a mineral weight on them so they can't climb up due to being unable to carry that much weight. Don't make it cost metal. Make it cost minerals. Maybe that could work. Gotta enable this. Lube the walls. I could see that being a new tile type. Slippery walls cost 50 kilograms of any oil plus mineral type. Slippery walls prevent the critters from climbing up the walls. A rock, hat, and maybe so nonchalant that they just can't even. Oof. Isn't that kind of like when you put a vest on a cat, they just stop moving? Could have more use of Braxwax Brackine, easier to get now. It is, but having that specifically, maybe having it be a part of the options is fine. But I wouldn't want that specifically to be the requirement. I want to have the, like, ease of access, for lack of better words. Alright, so we're going to be able to dump the cold brine from here again. It's back down to -0. Let's go. And then the idea is going to be we're going to take the cold brine, dump it here to lower the temperature. 127. All right, so we're going to run out of space for the water soon. Which is fine, to be honest. We do want a res right here, though. Just given how this works. And I think we have to go on it like that. This is cold water, so it's not too bad. Alright, we're gonna... no, we're gonna let this fill up. Use tallow as well. Tallow is technically oil, so it works. It works. You just like the Brax wax animation. We're vacuuming. We're almost there. Almost there. So 600 plastic, that's 3 steam turbines. We're going to have 1 ST AQ combo and then 2 for power. It should be self-powered. That's going to be what we're hoping for. And then any extra power, we'll probably want to just use for like, I don't know, whatever it is we have use for it. Should be fine. Since this is ready, we need to do saltwater liquid lock. We need to get that started. Priority 9. That's going to be here. We're going to free this man by bobbing the sands. Feels bad for this guy, man. He's stuck. Oh, dude, look at this. We added a little bit of water. So now this guy is going to be easier to eat. Totally strats. Watch this, guys. This guy's going to come down and get eaten. Oh, come on, man. I had money on that. Never bet on the Rex. Boys, never bet on the Rex. This guy's a scam artist. The Brax wax bottle is the best one. Is that a different color? I wouldn't mind digging that and hugging the cold abyssalite for a little bit of temperature leech. Wouldn't mind that, wouldn't mind that. Alright, man, round 2. Nope, 20 seconds. Nice and cool, nice and cool. Oh my god, Timo. Dance of death, dance of death. Okay, no, he's alive. He's trying to chase after the little bubble of oxygen. Now he's getting burned. Yo, man, get out of there. Climb back down, dude. One time. Oh, that was it. Alright, man, where's the elderly one? I think we found one, right? There it is. It's time. I can't believe it. We gotta feed him the elderly one. Alright, salt water right here. So this is technically viable for a liquid lock. Output pipe full, so we can't make any more. That's fine. So we are going to not be able to do anything. So this should work. So we go into here, cut that. Power. And then we're going to do 4 power here. And then we want to go inside the intake. All right, it's time to vacuum the SPOM setup. All right, so that means we're going to be needing to get this ready. This is a pain because it's so goddamn large. Alright, wait for that to be built. Bump up the construction. This is ready for part 2 melt. We're going to be moving the brine to here, though. So we do have these tiles not capped yet. We're going to have to vacuum the bottom still. It's going to be what we're waiting on for that. Oh, this is self-vacuuming. Not bad. 3 wide is a scam. It is, dude. It's huge. Where is the elderly? Wait, where is the elderly? Hey, he ate him. Let's go. All it took was the elderly one. Wow, he's greedy. He's already going for seconds. Dude, he ate the elderly one immediately. I wonder if it's really a 5% chance. And then the funny thing is that he made brine ice that immediately liquefied. All right, boys, scale growth. It's happening. Wait, he just ate a second one. Dude, he's on a roll. The second one wasn't even freaking... Dude, the second one wasn't even elderly. Damn, this guy's a stud. He's showing us what's up, man. Maybe it's one of those things where he only needs one. And then he knows how to do it now, man. He finally understands. Alright, we're gonna cut this line. He knows the strats now. He just gotta go through it one time. There's your 5%, man. Yo, man. He realized how good it tastes. So he's like, you know what, man? Seconds. We got a buffet over here. We got the good food buffets. People of chat, how do you guys feel about buffets? Do you guys like buffets? Don't like buffets? Do you guys prefer buffets? I know some people that believe buffets are a scam. And while they'll go to one if you invite them, they will never go to one themselves. I'm not gonna lie. I've been to one buffet post-COVID. Used to like the crab at the casino, but none do that anymore. It feels bad. We have a good local buffet here, and Las Vegas buffets are fun. Las Vegas buffets are a different breed, though, realistically. Like, you can't really compare the Las Vegas buffets, man. Oh, rose bush. I've never seen this. It's got to be new. I'll grab it. I prefer catered events to buffets. Ooh, catered food. That's not bad. That's another one. That's kind of nice because it's kind of like buffet style, but it's kind of like for your party only. That's kind of nice, you know? Because at that point, it's really just ready-made food. And then you know who's been eating it. You know, you always have that one niece or nephew that's like, I'm just gonna grab it with my hands. And you're like, oh, you could see it. I can't believe this guy did this. All right, so we're moving out the gases pretty steadily now, which I'm kind of happy with. Still moving the brine out, even though it's slow. Food truck caterers. That could potentially be kind of nice. I don't think a lot of food trucks do that, though, right? 166, 233. All right, I'm okay with this one. We just got to do the bottom one more layer. All right, and then we got to get this done. So at this point, we do that max. Let's bump this up to a 9. And then we just kind of have to look for the hydrogen. They do simplified menu, and you give them tickets for a meal. Oh, what? You got to give them tickets? I was going to say, don't they just show up, put the food out, and then everyone just eats? Feels bad. SPOM water lock not done. I like to have a full-looking lock. Oh, man, my man's dancing. Dude, look at his feet. He's doing the horizontal jumps, dude. That's mad illegal. I feel so bad for this little dino, dude. This is literally like water torture, dude. Feels bad. Look at his feet, man. His feet stops touching the side of the wall. That's kind of impressive. No, so they make it fresh, and the party host gives each guest a ticket. So when they order the food truck meals, like with money. Oh. So do they count the tickets at the end and be like, okay, that's gonna cost like $420? You know, oh yeah, that was 60 tickets. Something like that. I could see something like that happening, yeah. For a more exact cost. Do you know how many leg days does it take to do horizontal jump? Do you know how to do the no hand push-up? That's what you got to do before learning this skill. So you do push-up normally, and then one hand, and then you do no hands, and then you could start doing this. Also helps head count, no seconds. I see. I guess they give a limited number of tickets beforehand. I see. Number of guests, get the tickets, any left over. Yeah, for family members, kids, some people don't show up. If you're in LA, they're going to be like, hey man, I'm stuck in traffic. It's going to be like 3 hours. I'm on the 405. It's going to take a couple years for me to get there. Aang, the Avatar, did the no-hand push-up? Dude, man, that's from, what's that Adam Sandler movie? Don't mess with the, Zohan? Y'all remember that? That's where I got that from, dude. There's a scene where he's like, oh, push-up? Okay. And then he's doing a push-up, no hands. He's doing the push-up motion, but both hands behind his back. It was mad funny, dude. It's pretty good. Our dupes are only taking small bottles of pea water. Oh, that's because we don't have a lot. Oh, okay. So that means we want to disable this. Good eye. It's wasting jobs, technically. We're still trying to do the vacuums. Taking some time here. We're good here. Then I want to get the doors in, because we need to stop the dupes from going inside. Then the only thing we really have left, I guess we could try to put this here. It would be here though. And I think we would have this go down. Hey, we got the achievement! Survive 100 cycles on Demolior. Let's go, boys. No one died after the meteor impact. I'm in. We got the achievo. Alright, we're just doing a water tank hold so that we could do the thing. And that usually means we'll just do something like this for the time being. Alright, this is disabled now. Should be good. That's going to be locked. 95.55. Oh, I forgot about this. Hydrogen, 5 kilograms. Alright, so we're no longer doing that. We are waiting for all the gases to exit. Alright, so this is gone. This is gone. This is gone. Okay. All the pipeline is removed. I don't want to grab that on accident. 0 out. And then we have hydrogen here. 5.6. We're going to relocate that to here. This door is going to be locked. This one is going to allow them to go inside. P5, P7. Alright, vacuum is good. We can fix that later. We'll do this part later. You could also drop the warm pea water back in the vent. True. So what we're doing is we're taking the warm pea water and we're using that as a liquid medium for the meta refinery. And then the plan is going to be is that we do that before we add it inside so that the water absorbs a little bit more heat. Because it's going to be coming out at 81. That's a pretty nice temperature because 70 is going to be where it starts to get bad, right? Not bad, not bad. I will want this here. And what we need to do is just finish the vacuum. That's all we got to do. All we got to do is finish the vacuum. Alright, so the brine water moved to here is fine. We're trying to cool that down still. 125. So we dropped this by 60 degrees. The steam itself. It used to be at 185. Dude, that's really nice. So this is almost conquered. Oh, I see. This cools it down and drops back into here. I see what you're saying. I will need a way to add water, though, to the SPOM, which is why I'm going to be opting to not do that. And then this looks weird, but it makes sense. So when the water comes out, we bridge it to get a directional flow. And then this is going to be the starting point. So there should be no connection here. The water starts here and then flows. This water is yielding to that line. And then that way we don't get a jam. No jams, no jams. We use a combination of regular pipes and radiant pipes here, just so that we could save on the metal. Should work out pretty well. We have this at 22. Probably do around 24 is going to be what we're going to want. And then we're just going to have a buffer tank with water. This is to help us get started. It's going to be nice. This we're going to just work on next time. So we'll just leave that alone for now. The lums are hanging out. Okay, so dartles. Because we have a dartle in the trap right now. Kind of unfortunate. Because he you know, he went in, man. What a guy. 60, 54. We don't need to feed him, but like if he eats, I can't be mad about that. Can't be mad if he's munching, dude. So the water is good there. A little bit of brine here. Not too big of a deal. Does that mean we sheared him? We did. 2%. Okay. So, oh, man. All right. So wrangle, relocate. And the reason why is because he's not going to be able to get more feathers. So I just want him to be in a room that's he's not going to cramp in. And then I do want to make some more. 1, 2. Next guy is going to be here probably. We have time. 100 cycles. Okay, so this is a cold biome that had a volcano inside. There's enough water that it's overpressured. Looks like some of the heat is still being absorbed, but we're fine. This is just salt water, right? Yeah, this is just hot salt water. There is a leak right there. Okay. I don't want to dig down here yet. Oh, freaking another dartle egg. Oh, that was a feather, I think, that we saw earlier. MGs. Milligrams. So close. You better not go inside a fart, dude. Oh, what are you guys doing? Causing problems, huh? Y'all need to stop. This guy's chilling. All right, so the SPOM is ready. We know we're going to be setting up some cooling soon. Output pipe is full. Yeah, we kind of just have to let it pump. That's all we could do right now. I'm off for good. Have a good one, Timo. Restful, rest easy. Hopefully you get some more cool weather. But yo, man, we will see you next time. Have a great week. And yo, man, we got to be praying for the cool days. Appreciate the lurks. Good luck looking for Mamba. I guess this is something we could do. We cut that so that we could connect this. That allows the water out, water in. And then we need to do this line. Oh, I could run here into here. Ooh, I like that. Top is not connected, bottom's not connected. We could cut one of these so that we don't overload. Get that connection. And then we just have someone run here. So that we get both working. I want to start moving some more water out so we can empty this out. That way we could be running for longer. Make the steel. We know we're going to need it. Technically speaking, I want to keep pumping the CO2 down here as well. But we're out of power. Okay, let's stop running these so that these two aren't running. It's fine. If those two aren't running, we don't need the additional power. Let's get a suit delivered to pump up some oxygen. Looking good, looking good. 80 degrees. That's going to be what we use to kickstart this. Oh, metal refinery's done. Okay, so that's going to mean that the water's good again. So we're going to pause this. Connect that, connect this. And then everything is just pumping out. Alright, okay. Get that one pumping. Yeah. There's a weird thing we could do. I don't think it's worth it, though. I think we just wait. Alright, so now that that's good, that's done. I probably want to start getting into here. Let's get through the sand, get through the bleachstone stuff, combine all the salt water. We need to just start digging. That just makes sense. I think we do want to go through here as well. So because of how this works, I probably just want to mine this down. Get rid of that. We're just going to be creating space. We need to explore. I think that makes sense. And then CO2 drops down and it's not that much of a problem. Hydrogen going up shouldn't hurt us. Shouldn't. Keyword. Airflow here probably makes sense. Probably this entire thing is airflow. Realistically, I should do that all airflow. Because the lock is here. Everything else doesn't really matter. Still got water. Temperature still decent. 52. Nice. All right. So we do have a little bit of bleachstone, a little bit of salt water. We're using that as a platform right now, so we don't want to do too much. So we probably do something like this so we don't get too stuck. Lime. Can't say no to that. We don't have enough lime anyways. Okay, so now we could get started with the dig. I don't want anyone getting stuck potentially, so we'll just leave it like that. This guy's being angry. Let's move the road to here. Hydrogen shouldn't be too bad. Oh, he could climb up the pitcher pump. Not bad. 1,000. I'm gonna be kickstarting the spawn before we wrap up today. So I do want this done. A lot of polluted oxygen. I wonder if I should start deodorizing. Maybe we don't care too much about that. A little bit of stank. A little bit of polluted oxygen. It's fine. Yeah, it's almost done, boys. Almost done. Could never have enough lime. These two would be nice. This would allow us to dig underneath and still be able to go across. And then we would want to dig that to jump this way. Hopefully no one gets stuck. That'd be kind of bad. Somewhat of a vacuum. Oh, I forgot. Atmos sensor. This tile. We have to allow this. I completely forgot. I need the automation there. Alright, that's fine. We don't have oxygen inside. No one's going to breathe out. No one's sick. Everything's going to be fine. $50, $51, $63. And then it's chlorine gas here. A lot of this is already solidified back into liquid and it's not steam anymore, which is cool. 48. It's working well. Everything seems to be all right. All right, just want to make sure there's nothing inside I need to sweep. Nice. So everything's clean on the inside. We want to have below 20,000. We're going to change that to above once we're full vacuum. And then we will have one more job inside. I will allow them in because we got one more job. We got to cap the airflows. Okay, this is done. Salt water. Let's dig that. So dig that. We'll be able to go down. Not a real problem. This is probably what I should do. Because the platform allows us to go down, right? So this is going to be the ideal setup. I know, man. Idle dupes. I don't have a good spot for an item sweep zone, but that's probably what I would want to do. Item sweep so that they don't have to be idle ever. That's basically what we would want to do. Do a sweep setup so they could stop being idle. Nice, nice. I think we would want to do that. This keeps extending. Yeah, I think that's fine. We're not going to be able to jump, I don't think. Just creating space at this point. Back to this side. This should be fair. Hopefully no one gets stuck up top. And then I want to do that. $20, $47, $45. Alright, is this self-vacuuming? Because at that point I do that, even though it might potentially overload. This oxygen stacking up in the pipes doesn't actually hurt us. Funny enough, because it's just going to vent out anyways. So we get like 5 grams of CO2 at the very beginning of the AC run, which is not that bad, right? It's 5 grams. Okay, that probably means this is ready to be deconned. This is good. This dig was nice. So now that means we could go through here without getting stuck. Well, let's keep that just in case the salt water becomes a problem. Dig out that way. Now, we do want to stack up as much of the lure plants, but I think what we have is okay. And I guess for research sake, we should just research. Yeah, we're not feeding Atmo suits yet. We have a jank setup here to filter out any bad gas. And we have a mechanical filter with oxygen. Just so that we could go into here and not get cooked. After we did that, though, we sealed it up. And we're like, okay, man, we're leaving. We gotta go. But everything worked out so far. Are we good? Okay. It's at the self-vacuum phase, which is pretty good. We don't need to do too much anymore. So all we gotta do now is do that. Let's get rid of the gas pipes here. The reservoir is fine. We don't need to do anything with it. Lock the door because I want the items to pop on top instead of on the inside, so we don't have to sweep it. And then, yeah, so this is a self-vacuum phase because what they do is they cut their mass in half, but half of one gets rounded down to 0. So that means it's just deleting itself. So that's all we're waiting for the vacuum to kind of just start. So technically, I should be okay to do this. Yep. So we should be golden. We got to get the final seal right there. I just want to make sure my liquid amounts are fine. Looking good. Food poisoning does not matter on the SPOM, if you guys are worried about that. And then that means we don't need the power there anymore. We could get rid of that line. I might want to, if we decon some of those wires out, we don't. Oh, no, we do. Relocate that real fast. Please. Oh, someone is food poisoning. They better not cough inside, dude. That'd be bad. It'll be like that one guy who went in here just to breathe out. Pay. Okay. Alright, we're good. Above. Boys, we are ready. Oh, I didn't run a jump start setup. Oh, dude, messed up. Let's run a wheel. We'll have to build that really fast. So locked. Okay, that's unlocked. That's ready to connect, so no big deal. Power is all disconnected. Good. This door is locked, right? Default access, and then this one's okay. The cap is good. The liquids are there. Everything is great. Let's wait for the autosave. You never know, man. Autosave for the win. All right, we want to hit the empty on the hydrogen because the hydrogen needs to be at the bottom. Oh, he sneezed. All right, we got the H2 looking good. All right, so what we want to do here is here, 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 here. Cut that because we need the SPOM. Cut the water line. Get the pipeline connected. Right, so it's connected, but there should be nothing power-wise. Water's flowing now. This is able to be locked. So this pump isn't going to turn on because it's not connected to the power yet. Instead, we're waiting for this to do the thing proper. Oxygen up top. And guess what, boys? The SPOM is ready. So now all we do is this. Hey, all right, so the next step is we could use that power line here because we're not using the metal refinery. We do this. And then we're adding water to the coolant line now. So this is below green signal. So when it's above, it bypasses. Okay, nice. Just want to make sure that's not connected. It's still flowing, nice. 8 degrees, pretty good. So it's going to run inside, and it's going to be a cooling loop. You could see that it's already turning green. So that first pass through is going to heat it up pretty fast. We're probably going to get to like 24 degrees, 30 degrees here. Because this is hot water, right? 87. I mean, 82.7. So the last radiant segment is there. 39, and then it's going down. There we go. Have that run out, have that disconnect. And then we have a buffer tank now. Realistically, we could do something like this. Connect that, and then we get a second buffer tank if we really need to. And now we have cooled oxygen. All right. Oh no, bro. Oh no, I never did the other oxygen. We could do this. We could do this. No, we can't. I didn't do my pipes. No. No. All right. There's a way around it. We have to force this off. No, that's not true. We could leave this. What we would need to do is cut the power to the electrolyzers. We can't have that running. And then what we would need to do is go in now. So gas vent line. We probably do something weird on the back. And we do something like this. We're not going to extend this, right? And then we're going to do that to be able to build everything. This comes out to this. All right. And allow everyone inside. So this should be fine. We just have to priority 9 the build. So the cooling is fine. They're not going to go to the bottom. Everything's going to be from the top. And then all we got to do is, once it's connected, we need to be able to pump out the CO2 at the bottom level. If we could do that, we're fine. As long as the SPOM isn't actually running when that happens. Which I think works out. So what we got to do is just don't have that plugged in yet. And then we need these connected to a vent line. This is pumping in from the bottom. I guess we could argue that we could relocate where that pump is going to be pumping from soon. And we're going to want one. Yeah. For the sake of the initial pump, it shouldn't matter too much. So... and then we replace the other line. Alright. Should be fine. This should work. Now, sending someone Amnesty would take way too long. What we're gonna do is... this only breaks if you run the electrolyzer with the new CO2 gas in there. But because of how I designed this, it's literally within pump range. So there's no RNG for removing the CO2. It happens immediately. So all we got to do is connect the pipes, and then we got to just have vent lines for it to be delivered somewhere to. And once we get that, we are effectively golden. So what we could do is temporarily do like a vent line there. Have that connect and connect all of them together. Just to get it started and clearing that out. I would probably want to bump this to a 9. Yeah, the inside's about done. Oh, that's the only one they can't reach. Ah, God, dude. I hate... this always happens. It's always that pipe. Alright, so we have to allow them at the bottom. They're not going to get hurt. We're going to have to remove the hydrogen generator, build a ladder behind it. But once we get that done, everything's going to be golden. This one is going to be a temp vent. I probably run this straight up, and it becomes a central line, which probably works pretty well for us. And then once we get to here, we're going to want to do that, do that. That's going to be a 5. Let's bump this side up to a 7. We got to move these items. All right. Good. Ladder repair. All right, so all we got to do now is do a pump. Realistically, I need to wait for that to be built first before we try to do a clean pump setup. This is good, so we could do that, unless there's something inside. No. Okay, we're good. Nothing is stuck inside. People are sleeping. I probably remove that. It's pumping out my oxygen. Sand. Yeah. We gotta build this. They're sleeping. Nice, nice. Is it not worth to try to corner it by removing insulation below the valve? I don't want... because this is not enough water for a full tile. This is 600, 700. There's a chance a dupe stands here, breathes out, and then that pushes that, and then we break the liquid lock. Right? So it's very unlikely. I just don't want to take the risk. It's really what it comes down to. I see you over there, though, Morcarto. I see you over there. This was just more foolproof. Is the best way to look at it. Sometimes, man, you gotta get the guaranteed setup. Mercato, you ever do speed running? And it's like, you could take a chance, but it's like, would you be able to replicate that on every run? You know, like, I mean, sometimes you'll come out ahead, but sometimes you're gonna be like, why did I do this? They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Always go for the 1%. You know what? There is a lot of merit to that, but I feel like that's only something you do at a certain stage of the game. Like when you have no more time saves and you have to go for the 1% glitch. It's like Super Mario 64. You got to do the wall clip on what's that map? BBB. There's a wall clip that if you walk off the bridge and you clip through the wall at a perfect setup, what ends up happening is you get the star without actually having to work for it. Maybe something like that. Like if you don't go for this, it's just big time loss. All right, so now we got to go below. We might get an overload wire. All right, it's just the right side now, so we could actually cut this. Stop overloading. And we're good. So now that means oxygen is here. We go back to above. Gas overlay, clean. Lock the door. Lock the door. Need to make sure there's nothing inside I need to sweep. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Let's grab that before we turn this back on. Okay, and then now when we do this, since it's pre-filled, should be good. All right, so now with this, we should be able to just do that. It's being generated again. Let's go. Now we're waiting for the bottom to accumulate so that it could self-power. I think we're in a good enough position now. So what we want to do is connect the heavy walt. Start pumping out the generator stuff right here. This is at 95.55. Automation is good. Pipes are fine. We are pumping 500-gram bubbles. Looking nice. 11 kgs. And we're done. So now we're going to do 60% so that this guy is doing all the power. Right? We don't need these running anymore. We're just accumulating hydrogen in the gens. Realistically, we do something like a 10-15. So it never turns on until the battery runs low. But since it's a shared power line, it's going to pull from both. And then this is filled. Great. We're in a great position now. So cut that, cut this. That's no longer part of the line. This is no longer part of the line. Okay. And then we do that setup. All right. And now we have our oxygen lines that we could start splitting. Okay, so we do want this. It makes a lot of sense. So we do one, which means the second one is here. And then we do the third one there. I probably go all the way up to number 4. Maybe even number 5. So this is going to go up this way. So you can see I'm alternating right side, left side, right side, left side. So I get a vent on every line, but I have it on different sides. So when it releases, it's like a circle, right? You get the maximized spread this way, right? It makes a lot of sense, right? Oxygen spread here, oxygen spread here. So since it's on different floors, the rooms get a different source. It's going to be the logic behind that. This middle one probably goes to the left side. And then this one probably goes all the way left. I don't know if this continues going up anymore. Might even just release down here. So we have breathability. This one's gonna be fine. Vent line, vent line, vent line. Yeah, there's a good chance this is gonna be dedicated to the bottom line. So good, good. We are in great positioning. Oh yeah, disconnect the wheel, you're right. So now we do that. We don't need that running anymore. Power decon. Decon. Looking great. So now we need a way to dump the water. So right now that means I want to make as much steel as we can because the reservoir is backing up from all the cooling. Though once we get enough oxygen cooled down, any new oxygen is going to spawn cooler, so we're going to be fine. And now all we got to do is make sure this is powered. This is 100 tons of polluted water. 20 kgs per tile, 5 tiles. 20,000, I'm sorry. And with that, guys, I think we're going to be good. This is going to be a great spot for us to wrap things up for the night. SPOM is solved. We got plastic. 820. So we could do 3 steam turbines for power. And then the one aquaduner could support at least 5, running at 200 degrees. So I kind of have a weird design for this. It's going to be really weird. But I feel like if we could get it to work, it should work pretty well. But for the most part, this is going to be pretty good. This has cooled down to about 121. That's nice. This is at 50 degrees. This was a great idea, not gonna lie. Moving the freaking cold brine from here to here, and then pumping up the hot brine to dump back on the brine ice, to melt the brine ice and get more cold brine, and then moving it back. It worked. I mean, I can't be mad about that. It's actually gonna make it so that this is not gonna be a heat source. So I can't be mad. Looks like next time we're gonna be taming some magma stuff. We're probably gonna dig down the salt biome here and here. I might do something with these 3. I think mainly we're gonna try to tackle the metal volcanoes next. Gold's gonna be really nice to have. So that's gonna mean like we get a lot of conductive wires if we just let that run. Same thing with the aluminum. This is free metal. And they'll probably want to keep moving around. Natty gas is tamed, so that means if we really need power that's not going to be steam turbines, we're going to have it. So not bad. I like this more than Frosty Planet. I like this situation, man. It's weird. I feel like there's no real way of... Like, I don't know why. It feels like heating and cooling should be the same thing, but it feels different. But yeah, I'm enjoying this. Demolior would be fun on the Frosty Planet. Maybe it would. Maybe. I feel like you're gonna get this jank thing where you're touching mercury that's negative temperature, but then the CO2 is 90 degrees Celsius, and you get both frostbite and toasty surroundings, and that's like minus 20 athletics. I feel like that's gonna be possible, and it's gonna be so jank. You're gonna be like moonwalking like you're Michael Jackson because you're negative 50 athletics. I'm kind of exaggerating, but y'all know what I'm saying. Guys, it is gonna be time for me to wrap things up for the night. So of course, time for us to get that saving. I hear you, Mamba. You hear me? Yep, Mamba knows. He's getting up as well. He's learning English. He's understanding. What is the insulated material? Is that shale? Yeah. This is all shale. It's supposed to melt at 800, and it spawned in this stuff at like 1200, but it cooled down. I think what happened was that the center of the core of the meteorite was frozen. So it warmed up by absorbing some of the heat from the outside. Circuit overload? That was probably right here. Oh, right here. Oh, the metal refinery is not supposed to be on. Oops. Good eye, good eye. No. Okay, that's right here. We could come in from the side, so it's not that bad. I'm gonna do a new save because I had to cut the wire. I'm gonna forget next time, dude. It's gonna be bad.